Guys, the state calls Deputy Peter Sloan.
Okay.
Bit number 79, Mark. Solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you, excuse me, could you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Peter Sloan.
Could you maybe, can you hear him okay? All right. Thank you. And how are you employed?
As a deputy sheriff with La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
About 20 years.
Were you working for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, what capacity were you working?
I was temporarily assigned to our detective bureau at that time.
So you were working as an investigator.
Correct.
And on that date, were you called to the Phillips residence on County W in the town of Onalaska?
Yes, I was.
And was that to assist in the investigation of the death of Mark Phillips?
Correct.
What were your primary duties on scene that day?
I assisted investigators in collecting evidence and correlating some routes, travel routes.
Did you take any photographs?
I did.
Can you explain when you strike that? What were some significant pieces of evidence that you located that day, if you remember?
There was a pair of sunglasses in the driveway, as well as a can koozie.
Those were large and obvious objects.
Correct.
Did you take any other steps to locate other evidence in the area?
We did.
Can you explain what that was?
We searched the scene for any other objects that would appear suspicious or in relation to the death of Mark.
Okay. And do you have a process that you do that so you don't miss anything?
Correct.
Can you explain that process?
We just kind of go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb to search for any objects, photograph any evidence, record it, stuff like that. So.
And was your primary search, or can you describe where your primary search of that outside area was?
For me, it was primarily the driveway area. So on the west side of the residence, as well as the north side of the residence.
The north side, meaning the parking pad between the house and the man cave?
Correct.
And when you say fine-tooth comb, are you searching in a pattern or something so you don't overlook a particular area?
We've used that method. Otherwise, we'll assign areas to where certain personnel will assume responsibility for certain areas. And oftentimes it's double-checked by another person as well.
Were there any other items of note located laying in the areas that you searched?
Not that I recall, no.
Was a diamond earring ever recovered from the driveway?
No, it's not.
And were you searching for items even that small?
Correct.
Deputy Sloan, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 80 for identification. Can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a can koozie that was located in the driveway next to the truck. It's titled "Tits My Birthday" on the outside of the can koozie.
So it's fair to say it's a novelty can koozie.
Correct.
And this was the can koozie that was found on the driveway, just on the parking pad by the man cave.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 80.
No objection.
You received.
Permission to publish?
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. Tell you what, turn the other way. Keep these lights on. Turn off those lights in the middle. See if that works. Didn't. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to figure out how to get rid of the glare. Go ahead.
So this is the can koozie that you recovered.
It is.
And is this a picture you took when you logged it into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Now, you also indicated that you drove some routes.
I did.
All right, what routes did you, what were you asked to drive?
I drove two routes for time and distance. One was from the dive bar located at 1920 Ward Avenue in the city of La Crosse, back to the residence. And then the second route was from the residence to the hotel in Alaska.
The Comfort Inn?
Correct.
And, excuse me, when, what route did you travel from the dive bar back to the Phillips residence?
So the dive bar is located on Ward Avenue in the city of La Crosse. So upon exit of that establishment, I went east on Ward Avenue towards Losey Boulevard, and then north on Losey Boulevard, which turns into State Highway 16. State Highway 16 was taken all the way through the city of Onalaska into the village of West Salem, and then north on County Highway M. That county road eventually forms a T intersection with County Highway W, and the Phillips residence is located at that intersection.
And about how long did it take you to make that trip?
I believe the time was 30 minutes and 5 seconds.
What time of day did you make that trip?
All I recall about that, it was during normal business hours.
Do you recall anything unusual about traffic, that it was very heavy or very light?
Nothing unusual comes to mind.
And can you estimate the distance that you traveled?
I believe it was 18.7 miles.
And do you recall the distance between the residence and the Comfort Inn in Onalaska?
12.2 miles.
Were you also tasked with obtaining video surveillance from various locations?
I did.
And which locations did you obtain video surveillance?
Sloopy's, the dive bar, Woodman's, and then the Baymont Hotel.
And were you able to establish some time frames when you obtained those video surveillance?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what time they arrived at Sloopy's?
I believe it was 6:13 p.m. Shortly after 6 p.m.
Oh, would that
Or
be
4 p.m. Sorry.
okay.
I believe they arrived at 4:08 p.m. and I believe they left at like 6:13 p.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit number 81. with it Exhibit 79. Can you tell me what Exhibit 81 is?
It appears to be still shot photographs from a video surveillance system from the various locations that I obtained video from.
And those are still shots that are also on Exhibit 79,
Yeah,
your knowledge,
this is
well, from
yes.
clips.
correct.
And did you have an opportunity to review any of those videos?
I did.
And did they appear to be accurate representations of the items you collected?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
No, go ahead. It's received and it can be published.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't move for admission.
Do you want 79 to be received also?
Yes.
Any objection to that?
79 is,
The video, the actual,
oh, yeah, no
Okay.
objection.
be received.
So Deputy Sloan, can you just briefly describe this video or this still shot?
This is a still shot from inside of Sloopy's bar from their camera system.
And does this appear to be when Mark and Lori Phillips are arriving?
Yes.
And can you see them on the far left?
Far left, yeah, there's a hallway back there by the bathrooms, and they came in through the back door, which is located on that side of the building.
Next slide, please. And this is another view of Sloopy's. Do you recall about when this was taken? Or is this from appear to be from the end of their evening at Sloopy's?
Correct.
And they are towards the left, appearing to exit.
Yeah, again, going out the back door, I'm assuming they probably parked in the park. There's a parking lot located on that side of the building.
Okay. And the next location they went to after that, based on your understanding, was where?
The dive bar.
Next slide, please. And based on the evidence that you collected from the dive bar, do you recall what time they entered?
I believe it was around 6:32 p.m.
Could you please play this video? Next slide. So this is a still shot from the dive bar, is that correct?
Correct.
And does it depict Mark and Lori Phillips?
It does in the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph.
Now, based on your training and experience, can you tell me why their clothes look light in this picture versus dark as they were in the other picture?
I'm assuming it has to do with the camera system and the night vision mode or whatever it may be on that camera system.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. This is a clip that's marked, this is 8:13 p.m. Could you please play it? And that clip, what did that show?
That shows Mark and Lori both leaving the dive bar.
Slide, please. And this is a clip that's entitled, or from 8:31 p.m. or 20:31 p.m. Could you play it, please? And what did that clip depict?
Lori re-entering the dive bar.
Next. This is a view of the dive bar, the interior. Can play it, please? Can you tell me what that video clip just depicted briefly?
Them walking around the bar.
Was that Lori?
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. And for the record, can you describe what that clip depicted?
That one shows Mark re-entering the bar.
And is that, the timestamp there is 8:45 p.m. or
Yes,
20:45?
correct.
Thank you. Right, that was a clip between 8:45 and 8:47 p.m. Can you just briefly describe for the record what that depicted?
Lori leaving the bar.
Did it also show Mark entering the bar?
Yeah, correct, in the beginning.
Okay. And then also they were at the table,
Correct.
I guess, speaking to each other.
Yes.
Next Slide, please. Okay, that clip was from about 20:46:30 to 20:48:27. And what, can you briefly describe for the record what it depicts?
In the beginning of that video, it shows Mark leaving the bar with Lori following, and then towards the end of the video, it shows them re-entering the bar.
Next slide, please. That video was timestamp 20:48, I think about 30 to 20:50:42. Can you just briefly describe what that depicted?
It shows Mark and Lori entering the bar and then joining a table in the center of the bar there.
And did it appear that they were having an argument?
A conversation of some sort, yes.
Next slide, please. And that was a clip from 22:02:30, which is that 10:02:30
Yes.
to 22:02:55. Can you briefly describe for the record what that depicted?
It showed Mark Phillips leaving the bar.
Uh, And was he following Lori out?
Correct.
She had left earlier. Next slide, please. Okay, that clip, that was from 22:04:26 to 22:04:40. Can you briefly describe what that depicted?
It showed Lori re-entering the bar with Mark following her and appeared in that video as if there was some type of argument.
Next slide, please. And that was a brief video that ended at 22:09:50. What did that depict?
Lori leaving the bar and Mark following. Again, there was some type of argument or confrontation in the vestibule area there.
Now, do you recall, was that 10:09 the last time that they left the dive bar?
Yes.
Turning your attention to a video from the Baymont Inn. Do you recall approximately what time she arrived? With the video collection that you received?
I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay. Or would the exhibit help you?
It would.
Next slide, please. Can you describe what this is?
It's a picture from the video surveillance camera of Lori at the Baymont Inn where she tried to get a hotel room.
And what was the timestamp on this video?
11:42.
And then did you obtain any video surveillance from other locations?
From Woodman's as well.
Next slide, please. What does this still shot depict?
This shows Lori's vehicle in the parking lot at Woodman's.
And what is the approximate time?
11:57, please. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Deputy Sloan, this video clip started at 1:43, I think 46, and ended at 1:44:00. Can you tell us what this depicted?
That video shows the truck being operated by Lori Phillips, leaving the area of Woodman's and exited onto Kenny Cooley Road onto Highway 16.
Okay, so Kinney Cooley Road, is that the road that's sort of at the um, top left of the video?
Correct, where that bright light is in the top center of the screen.
Okay, and where's Highway 16?
It would be, it would run perpendicular to that, where the traffic control signals are.
Okay, so it's running on a diagonal in the upper right corner of this screen?
Yeah, across that top right corner.
Um, yeah, how would she have gotten home from that location by turning, is that eastbound onto Highway 16?
Correct. Yeah, she would have traveled east on Highway 16 into the village of West Salem, where she would have made a left-hand turn, traveling north onto County Highway M.
And I think as you testified before that her house is at the intersection of M and W.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ross? Thank you. Warren Deputy,
Good morning.
just want to talk to you a little bit about some of the footage that we reviewed. Fair to say that there were multiple camera angles at the dive bar beyond the camera angles that were shown.
Correct.
I believe there were 5 or 6 camera views, is that correct?
I don't recall, but there was multiple cameras.
And on all of those views, we had multiple hours worth of footage, correct?
Correct.
Did you review all of that footage?
I reviewed the footage shown.
You didn't review all of the various camera angles that were provided to you by the dive bar?
No.
Now, you agree that the selections that were shown in the course of Ms. Kemp's presentation does not represent all of Mr. and Ms. Phillips' movements on the evening of February 22nd of 2019?
No.
That was poorly phrased by me. Do you agree or do you not agree?
Do I agree that they showed all the movements?
Yeah, there are certainly movements among the parties that were not depicted in the exhibits that Ms. Kemp showed you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you did some driving between the dive bar and the Phillips home, is that correct?
Yes.
And that took you approximately 30 minutes and 5 seconds under normal conditions.
Yes.
So assuming that the Phillips left the dive bar around 10:09 p.m., that would be approximately 10:39, 10:40 if they had left immediately and traveled directly home.
Correct.
And we don't know how much time was spent outdoors at the dive bar prior to going back home. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
There was no footage from the outside of the dive bar, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, were you able to identify any of the other individuals coming or going inside of the dive bar during that time frame when Mark and Lori appeared to be coming in and out?
I don't know their identities.
You made the drive between a subdivision approximate or some distance to the west from the Phillips home to the Comfort Inn. Is that correct?
I drove from the Phillips home to the Comfort Inn.
And that took you 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, 16 minutes and 36 seconds, correct.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to one of the clips that Ms. Kemp was showing you, and it appeared to be a clip that was at 20:48 and 22 seconds. Do you recall seeing that clip?
I'd have to review it again.
Well, do you recall Mr. Phillips flailing his arms around, kind of like I'm doing right now?
Yeah.
And do you recall Mr. Phillips kind of hovering over Ms. Phillips?
Correct.
Appeared to be, you said conversing, right?
Yes.
Can't tell whether or not that's yelling and screaming at that point,
A conversation of some sort is correct.
because we don't have volume from those surveillance footage, correct?
Right.
And at that point, or after what appears to be Mr. Phillips flailing his arms around and hovering over Mr. Phillips, hovering over Ms. Phillips, he storms off, right?
Yes.
I do want to play the Baymont footage here, and that is. Video footage, and it's labeled Baymont FD, presumably for Baymont front desk. What's that? Get the word. Your Honor, I would offer this like a sub exhibit, Baymont FD view. No. I get my video screen switched off.
So this is, I think it's image 15 on that exhibit,
Yep, it's image 15 on the state's exhibit, only this is the full video. So it'll be Baymont FD on exhibit 507.
okay, exhibit 507, all right.
And playing. All right, and the video appears to have concluded. Deputy Sloan, did that footage look familiar to you? We can take it off the screen.
Yes, it was video footage from the Baymont.
Is that the footage that you reviewed of Ms. Phillips at the Baymont Inn?
Yes,
And it appeared in that footage that she's taking out her driver's license and a credit card as if to check in.
yes,
And Ms. Phillips appeared to be walking and moving ordinarily when she was in that video.
yes.
I want to switch gears here and talk about an incident that you responded to back in 2018. When did you first join the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department, Deputy Sloan?
2002.
And were you working in the capacity as a deputy sheriff in August of 2018?
I was.
You recall being on duty on August 4th of 2018.
Yes,
And in that capacity, were you dispatched to the Phillips home following a 911 call from Ms. Phillips?
correct.
Your understanding of the nature of the call was that Ms. Phillips had called 911 for assistance with her husband who had broken into the home, or with her boyfriend, I guess at the time.
Correct.
And you responded along with Sergeant Joe Kernine.
Yes,
And that's fairly common to respond with multiple officers to a domestic situation, correct?
it is.
The information that you had responding to this scene was that Mr. Phillips was intoxicated.
Sustained.
When you arrived at the scene, Ms. Phillips was there.
She was.
and she appeared to be quite upset.
I don't recall that.
This was in the aftermath of her calling 911 for you to respond, right?
It was.
And she was describing to you why she called 911. Is that correct?
I don't know that she spoke with me personally. I don't recall that.
You were assigned to take some photographs at the scene of the Phillips home,
I did photograph.
and you photographed a door mechanism that appeared to have been broken in or damaged.
Yes,
And you consulted with Sergeant Cernine about the facts of this case,
yes,
and Mr. Phillips was not present at the time that you arrived.
correct.
Sergeant Cernine indicated that there was probable cause to arrest Mr. Phillips.
Assisting.
You and Sergeant Cernine assisted Ms. Phillips with a 72-hour no contact request at that point.
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't recall that.
That would have been standard practice at that time, correct?
Yep, go ahead. Sustained, objection sustained, go ahead.
Do you recall Ms. Phillips crying during that interaction?
I don't recall my interaction with Ms. Phillips
Nothing
or
further.
a reaction with Ms. Interaction with Ms. Phillips.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, and Your Honor, I also move to strike the objected to question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the question is struck too. Go ahead.
Deputy Sloan, Mr. Zacher asked you about a particular clip from the dive bar at, it was 8:48 p.m., and he was describing Mr. Phillips' gestures and behavior.
Correct.
Do you recall what Lori's, or Ms. Phillips, excuse me, response was at that time, or her interaction during that time?
I believe she left, didn't she?
I don't think, would it help you, or maybe we should just replay the clip?
Yes.
Please display my computer. Hey, can we try it now?
Can I just point, this is Exhibit 81 clip, is it number 11?
11, yes, thank you. In reviewing that clip, could you describe Ms. Phillips' reaction to Mr. Phillips' behavior?
She appears to be engaged in an argument. She's conversing with him. She throws her arms up. She,
Judge, I'm gonna object speculation, move to strike.
I sustain that objection.
And did you see anyone intervene in any way?
no.
I think it's 15. At this point, I know. You reviewed the other video clip and then this still shot that Mr. Zacher showed you the video clip.
Yes.
How would you describe Ms. Phillips' appearance? And does she
Relevance,
appear,
Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. The jury can look at the video. That's the best evidence. Go ahead.
all right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect or recross.
Deputy, the clip that Ms. Kemp just showed you from the dive bar, that was not the only clip of Mr. Phillips at the table flailing his arms around in a similar manner, right?
Correct.
In fact, that happened several times throughout the night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, and I apologize, I think I indicated this earlier, but I do need a small break.
Yeah, we need about a 5-10 minute technical break.
We'll say 10 minutes, just
Okay,
to
we'll
be
just say
safe.
10 minutes to be safe. Don't talk about the case. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Part of our informal discussions yesterday to hurry things along, I explained to Mr. Zacher I was worried or are concerned that if we took clips from various things such as the Woodman's video or the dive bar video as opposed to playing larger clips, that he would make it appear that the state was cherry picking evidence. And that was part of our agreement. And he did that in cross-examining Deputy Sloan when he said that this doesn't depict everything. The clips the state showed you doesn't depict everything. I would like some sort of instruction that the jury is not to take any or inferences against the state.
Yeah, I'll just say it cannot be argued that they cherry picked those videos. You can say that there were other, if that was that agreement,
Judge, the agreement was I wasn't gonna argue that they cherry picked if they didn't play the entire 3-hour long dive surveillance video. I was simply pointing out that the incident in question was not the only one on the videotape.
We're in it.
and that's not cherry picking, it's just pointing out that this happened other times. So as long as the argument is not made that the state selectively only showed you one because there was actually 4 or 5, I'm not going to give a jury instruction. I think we'll play it. If you want me to make, pull greater attention to all the arguments that were made in the video,
Your Honor, you're even taking his, there aren't.
No, I'm not taking his position. What I'm
Okay.
taking is what was said, and what was said was very simple. Were there other incidences? Yes, there were.
No, that's not what Deputy Sloan said.
Okay. What did Deputy Sloan say?
Mr. Zacher asked that it didn't depict all the movements within the bar of the parties, and that is true. There were not other incidents to my knowledge, because this is what was described by Ms. Phillips, and we did review the video. So, and we would run afoul of burden shifting if I said he could have showed you that, which is why I wanted him not to. So if he wants to parse my words, I guess fine, but I really think that he's violated this, the
Yeah.
nature of our stipulation.
If you want to, yeah. All the parties are back in the courtroom. This is the language I put together just to inform the jury of what we just talked about. I've asked the attorneys to save some time presenting their cases. The state only showed a few minutes of the video from the dive bar to save time. Is that acceptable?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right. A little redundant. Hold on a second. Minutes of the video. Okay. Let's bring the jury in. Okay. All right, everybody may be seated. Before we go on to the next witness, there's one short instruction I want to give to you. I've asked the attorneys to save some time presenting their cases. The state only showed a few minutes of the video from the dive bar to save some time. All right, let's go on to your next witness.
The state calls Captain John Zimmerman to the stand. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record?
John Zimmerman.
And how are you employed?
I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
How long have you been retired from the sheriff's department?
Almost 4 years now.
So would you have retired shortly after the death of Mark Phillips?
January 2020 is when I retired.
Okay. At the time you had retired, how many years in law enforcement had you had?
39.
And what was your position with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
At the time of my retirement, I was the investigative captain.
And was that your position on February 23rd of 2019? Are you excited about testifying today in your retirement?
Kind of had to blow the dust off a few things, but
Okay. As part of uh, your investigation into, or your department's investigation into the death of Mark Phillips, did you or your department request an analysis of Cellbrite data that was extracted from Mark Phillips and Lori Phillips' phone?
yes,
And do you recall which agency did that initial analysis?
I believe it was the Home and Police Department that did that. Well, it did the initial and
That was the
also,
That was the extraction? Okay. Did you request?
I got to go back here a little bit, so
Yeah,
sorry
I'm
about that.
sorry if do you recall requesting any assistance from from WISIC?
Yes, yes.
And what is WISIC?
The Wisconsin Informational Crime something, or I'm sorry.
And is that a branch of the um, Department of Justice, the Wisconsin DOJ?
It is, yes.
Okay. And they assist law enforcement?
I'm sorry.
Do they assist law
Yes,
enforcement?
they do.
And did your department receive back timelines from the extraction of their phones from WISIC?
Yes,
And did you review portions or any of the extractions?
briefly I did, yes. Yes, I believe Investigator Linefelter went more into depth with what was extracted from the phone.
Okay. I'm just going to show you some portions of the extractions
Okay,
and ask you just based on, I'll ask you to identify them, so pardon. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 82, which is I guess I'll call it a screenshot or a clipping from Cellbrite extraction from Mark's iPhone. Does that appear to be accurate?
yes, it does.
And are you able to tell, let me just ask, is that a true and accurate depiction of what was extracted from Mark's iPhone?
It does appear to be that, yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 82.
Judge, can we approach?
Yep. Are you withdrawing then the objection?
I withdraw my objection.
Okay.
So I'm publishing to the jury State's Exhibit 82, which has now been received. And can you just explain a little bit about the layout of this clipping, if you can?
I'll try my best here. What this is a instant SMS instant message, and it shows from who sent it to who received it, or is listed as the participants. And then over on the right, the body of it shows what the text consisted of, which said happy hour tonight, ?
And there's a timestamp on this, which in this case reads February 21st of 2019 at 11:20 a.m.
That's correct.
And is that created by to your knowledge, based on experience that you've had, is that created by the phone when that message is sent?
Correct, yes.
I'm showing you another, well, I guess I'll have showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. This clipping is not as clear. What does that appear to be?
I'm sorry.
What does that appear to be?
Another, it says on here instant message, which was created on February 22nd of 2019 at 8:52 p.m. And it's from, and it lists the number to, it lists a number. And then the body of it is, I'm so sorry, period, I love you, with 3 exclamation marks.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 83.
No objection.
Received?
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Go ahead.
And I think these witnesses are the parties willing to stipulate that this was from Mark and to Lori.
Yes.
Sir, or Captain Zimmerman, are you also aware that Cellbrite extractions can, in addition to text messages, call logs, that it can contain either Wi-Fi connectivity or internet connectivity information?
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84, or will be marked. Can you tell me what that is, please?
This appears to be the extraction on a specific time and date on which Wi-Fi that the phone was connected to.
And I have nothing, I don't have any questions about that. Thank you. The other information that you received would have included items searched from WISIC, items that were searched on Lori's phone. Is that correct, or do you believe
Correct.
it? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Can you tell me what that is?
This appears to be a download of searches made on a specific phone.
And does it identify the phone as belonging to Lori Phillips? Maybe at the top.
It does, I'm sorry, yes. Yep,
And does it also have date and time stamps for each item searched?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd move for Exhibit 85 to be admitted.
No objection.
Received.
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Okay.
And starting at I'll just let the jury look at it.
I'm not sure people can see it.
Can they not see it? Should I publish it individually?
Well, can you zoom in on so the court can see it too?
This, can the jury see this?
Yeah, can the jury see all that? All right. Is that, can I just ask, are you just showing from the, just so it's clear on the record, it looks like February 22nd, 2019 at 9:19:23
Yeah, yeah.
PM. And then it goes to February 23rd, 2019 at 1:38:23 PM also.
AM.
Oh, yeah, AM, sorry. That'd be AM.
Everybody ready for me to take this down?
Everybody see it okay?
Sure.
All right, so there's a request to see the top. Go ahead. And I'll just put that on the record too. It's February 22nd, 2019, starting at 8:12:05 AM.
I'll remove it when everybody's ready.
Everybody ready? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Captain Zimmerman. Do you recall discussions about the particular Dodge Ram pickup truck involved in this incident?
Yes,
First, shortly after the incident, Did you consult with any individuals about what might be discovered from downloading data?
I did, yes.
Who did you speak with?
Trooper Michael Marquardt from the Wisconsin State Patrol. At the time of the accident, Trooper Marquardt was probably the top accident reconstructionist in the state.
And what did you reach out to him to find out about the capabilities of the truck or safety features?
We were kind of inquiring about would there be any data in the black box that's in newer vehicles, and if there would be any chance of receiving any information from the computer of the vehicle itself.
And based on your training and your experience, what does you called it a black box, what does that black box do?
It's kind of like the same on an airplane. We've all heard about black boxes in airplanes and stuff. It's a data recorder that records data, not for the lifetime of the vehicle, but it'll record data whenever there's a significant event that the vehicle has been involved in.
For an example, when an airbag is deployed.
Correct, yes.
And there are other sensors potentially on this vehicle for which data could be extracted. Like for pressure sensors for the doors.
Yes, yes.
After, how did you contact Trooper Marquardt initially?
Via email, is I gave him a very brief description of the incident we had, and just asked if there was any possibility of retrieving any data.
And he responded back to you, and in response to to one of his emails, did you communicate with him further?
I did, yes.
And how did you communicate with him further?
In response to an email, I did have a phone conversation with Trooper Marquardt also about the incident. More detailed about what transpired, what we believe to have transpired. And Trooper Marquardt was under the assumption that this was a higher speed incident, like.
Judge, I'm going to object here, say move to strike.
Your Honor, it's not really offered for the truth, it's offered for the effect on the listener.
So it's not offered for the truth of the matter, only the effect on the listener and what investigator Zimmerman, or Mr. nowadays.
That's right.
Investigator Zimmerman did, so go ahead.
So I believe you were saying that Trooper Marquardt had an assumption that the incident that you had described was a higher speed incident?
Yes, more like a highway traffic crash or something like that, where the speeds were more excessive.
That Trooper Marquardt had an assumption that the incident that you had described was a higher speed incident?
Yes, more like a highway traffic crash or something like that, where the speeds were more excessive. Yes.
Certainly not something that would be consistent with travel in a driveway.
Correct.
And besides speed, were there other factors that he indicated to you that would make a download of data not very productive at the point that you were in your investigation?
And Is this still being asked for the effect on the listener?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If it's only, so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, only the effect on the listener, we're supposed to find out what the listener did when he found out this information.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Could you repeat that again,
Yeah.
please?
Were there any other factors that you learned from Trooper Marquardt that would affect the integrity of any potential data that you would have access to at the time you had the vehicle?
Trooper Marquardt contacted me again via email and gave me some scenarios that could possibly wipe the data that was received from the box, being if the vehicle was turned on or off. Sometimes that, if there is not a significant event that is recorded, that non-significant event would be wiped from the computer of the vehicle. And that if the vehicle had been turned on or off, that vehicle, or I'm sorry, that information would be cleared from the box itself.
And so based on your knowledge of the movements of Ms. Phillips after she left the residence on County W at about 11 p.m., did you believe that it would have contained, or I'm sorry, strike that. What was your understanding what movements Ms. Phillips made after approximately 11 p.m. on February 22nd, 2019?
With the information that Investigator Leinfelter received, that Ms. Phillips traveled just down the road from the residence a short distance to a subdivision, and then traveled to Onalaska to a hotel and to Woodman's. Through that, she would have probably have turned the vehicle off a minimum of 3 times, maybe more than that, once at the hotel, once at Woodman's, and once again when she returned back to the residence also.
And so did you use that information to make a decision about whether or not your department would be pursuing a download of any data from the 2019 Dodge Ram?
Yes,
And what decision did you make?
we determined that we would not download the black box, being the number of times that the vehicle would have been turned on and off. There was probably one other time too that the ignition would have been turned on, is when it was hauled on a flatbed tow truck from the residence to our secure impound area. So for the numerous times that the ignition would have been turned on and off, we elected not to download the black box for that reason.
Now you mentioned the vehicle impound. Captain Zimmerman, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86 for identification. Can you identify that, please?
By the looks of it with the parking lot here, this would be our Sheriff's Department garage and also Dee's muffler, be on the intersection of 4th Street and Pine, I believe,
Badger, maybe?
or Badger. Mhm. Pine, Badger.
And does this is an aerial photograph?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately depict the area as it would have existed also on, I believe it was March of 2019.
Yes,
Have the buildings been moved or modified in any way to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge, no.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 86.
No objection.
Received.
Permission to publish?
Any objection? Publish? Go ahead.
Actually, prior to publishing, I'm going to ask Captain Zimmerman to mark where the Sheriff's Department is and D's.
Okay.
Where the garage is for our secure, okay. I'm not quite sure, excuse me, which bay we were in at D's. I put an X on there and there.
So I'm going to point out for this, you placed an X right at this location. Can you describe what that is, please?
That would be where our overhead garage door is for our secure impound in the building.
And this is where the pickup truck was stored?
Yes,
And what is this building right here?
that would be D's muffler.
You placed an X right there. Can you explain what that is?
That is the bay I believe that we were in. I'm not 100% positive, which D's has several different bays. And I believe that was the bay that we were in.
And it was testified to yesterday by crime analyst Trevor Nollett that the vehicle was driven from that one location to the other, from the Sheriff's Department garage to D's. Is that accurate with your memory?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on, as part of your investigation, did you work on getting search warrants from Amazon regarding camera system, the Blink camera system used by the Phillips family?
I did, yes.
And did they respond to a search warrant with some information?
They were a very difficult company to work. There was a lot of communication with their legal department and everything. It was almost like we had to pry pretty hard to get information from them, but eventually we did.
And you got a list of readouts that was called, they called a camera log?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you tell me what that is, please?
This appears to be the camera log that I did receive from Blink or Amazon from the the cameras at the Phillips residence.
And this is this portion covers, can you, what time period does this cover?
This covers from February 21st of 2019 at 3:27 PM, which is Eastern Standard Time. So it would be 2:27 PM our time.
Actually,
And-
and could you, I'm sorry, could you look at page 3, the bottom of page 3?
Oh, okay, okay. So from February 20th of 2019 at 9:48 AM to February 23rd of 2019 at 11:07 PM.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 87.
Per the stipulation, no objection.
Okay, received.
Investigator Zimmerman, or I'm sorry, Captain Zimmerman. While you were communicating with Amazon, did you receive any basic information or learn basic information about how the Blink camera system worked?
Very little. I know that I had contacted them. Our main thing was to see if there was any portion of the camera events that were deleted, at which time I was advised that there was none that were deleted. They were all recorded on the log itself. Correct, yes.
And were you able to determine through investigation who operated the device labeled iPhone?
Lori Phillips that was determined through the phone number.
In reviewing this, were there any significant, or what information did you receive that was relevant to your investigation?
And this is just a portion of the logs that we received, is that what stood out is that previous logs, there was no live view connections. And what stood out was on February 23rd, 2019, starting at, it would be 11:08 AM to 1:36 AM, that there was several attempts to live view the cameras, which previously were not that much activity for a live view from the cameras.
And this log also contains what commands are received by the server, like arm and disarm, and who presumably is doing that,
That's
Which-
correct, yes,
or which phone the commands were coming from.
yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for investigators or Captain Zimmerman.
Cross.
Thank you. Did I get?
He has 87 right now.
Morning, Mr. Zimmerman.
Good morning.
If I could get 87 from you, please.
Sure.
So I'd like to start with Exhibit 82, where the state kind of began talking to you about the cell bride analysis. Do you recall viewing that instant message? I could show it to you again if you'd like.
If you could. Yes, I remember
Published 82.
that.
All right, and this appears to be what you might call a group text, right?
Yes,
Meaning that it appears to be a message originating from Mark Phillips's telephone to multiple individuals.
that's correct. 3 of them, yes.
And at the bottom there, we have the participants, Tom Carlson, Sandy Stutska, and Mama, who I presume is Lori Phillips.
Yes,
And the originating time of this text was on February 21st of 2019 at 11:20 a.m. and 49 seconds.
that's correct.
Mr. Zimmerman, in the course of gathering phone records, occasionally you'll see instant messages like this pop up or be received by a phone at a later date. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that.
You're aware that this message was received on Ms. Phillips's Cellbrite data the late in the evening of February 22nd of 2019?
I'm not aware of that.
Your Honor, I'm willing to stipulate to it, but I mean, if you want to.
Sure. In exhibit mark, please.
$578, $518. Okay.
Investigator Zimmerman, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 518. Does this appear to be a partial copy of the Cellbrite download of text messages between, or of Ms. Phillips that she sent and received between February 22nd and February 23rd of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Offer 518, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You received?
And I will publish.
Any objection?
No.
Publish?
And I noticed you needed your cheaters for that one. This is extremely small print, so I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to highlight a section of this particular document. Zoom into that. All right. Investigator Zimmerman, do you see the left there where the phone number ending in 0822?
Yes, I do.
That would indicate that the text message was coming to Ms. Phillips's phone. Or that was the phone number associated with Lori Phillips.
For the phone number 0822 on the 22nd at 23:44, that looks like an outgoing text message.
Yep, and you recognize that you're not sure how that text message appeared on Ms. Phillips's cell phone at 23:44:32 on February 22nd, correct?
Correct.
And the content of that text message appears to be identical to the content of the instant message from February 21st.
Yes.
All right. Now, we'll go over some more of this in a little bit, but I want to focus on Ms. Phillips's response here. I'm going to highlight that section as well. All right. Do you see a text message from Ms. Phillips' phone to Hannah Klinsky at, it looks like it'd be 7 minutes after midnight and 24 seconds?
Yes, I do.
And it looks like Ms. Phillips, and I'm just going to read it out loud. Quote, sleeping in truck. Mark sent a text to friends asking to go out drinking. I'm sure he'll hook up with yet another chick during our relationship. I'm so done. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Ms. Phillips appeared to be responding to the group text about happy hour tonight in response to that.
Objection, speculation?
No. I'll sustain that objection.
You had a chance to review all of Ms. Phillips' text messages from that evening, right, Mr. Zimmerman?
several years ago, yes.
Okay. And certainly you would have been aware of Ms. Phillips's response at that point. As depicted at 7 minutes after midnight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And certainly you and the other investigators would have considered what Ms. Phillips was referring to when she referred to her husband sending out a text to go out drinking. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, speculation.
No, it's asking what you would consider.
Yeah. You would have considered that in the course of your investigation, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, go ahead.
Possibly, yes.
Because you were aware at the time that an element of reckless homicide is that somebody be aware of the reckless act that they're committing, correct?
I believe at the time, we did not know the particulars in the case. So that would be hard to answer that.
Would you agree with me, Captain Zimmerman, that there are other text messages in this exchange of texts where Ms. Phillips seems to indicate that she believed that Mr. Phillips was alive and well?
From what I recall,
Okay,
it'd be tough to say, I'm sorry.
sure. So I am going to highlight a text message exchange towards the bottom of Exhibit 518. All right, and do you see a message appears to be outgoing from Ms. Phillips's phone to Hannah Klinsky? I've highlighted it. It appears to originate at 16 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight.
Yes,
And that reads, quote, me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks I'm coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine, end quote.
yes.
And you were aware of that text message in the course of your investigation?
At the time, yes, I'm,
And you agree that certainly seems to imply that Ms. Phillips was concerned about what Mr. Phillips would think if she went to Winona to stay with Ms. Klinsky.
in reading that, yes.
All right. Let's talk about Exhibit 85. And this is the list of internet search terms. Do you recall Ms. Kemp showing this to you, or would you like me to show it to you again?
I recall it.
Okay. And I'm going to publish 85.
No objection.
All right. So we have a list that appears to start early in the morning with early in the morning for a night owl like me anyways, at 8:12 a.m. That starts with Ms. Phillips looking for Menards and Home Depot, correct?
Correct.
And towards the evening of this list, we see Ms. Phillips begins to look for hotels, or the quote is hotels near me. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it looks like the first search for that was at 11:10 and 25 seconds PM.
Correct.
There are multiple searches for hotels near her.
Yes,
And she actually specifically searches for the Baymont Inn. Is that right?
that's correct. Yes,
As well as driving directions to the Baymont Inn.
yes,
And the first search for the Baymont Inn occurred at 11:30 PM and 53 seconds.
yes,
Looks like even after that, Ms. Phillips at around 11:48 began searching again for hotels near her.
Correct.
And then at 12:08 a.m. and 14 seconds on February 23rd, Ms. Phillips enters the search. It says, "Oh, physical abuse." Do you see that?
Yes,
I'm at the time that you saw that, presumably you assumed that she meant to type physical abuse,
I believe we did, yes.
and it looks like she must have hit enter in quick succession under that "oh, physical abuse" because that search term appears twice within the same second.
Yes,
That is followed by a search at 12:08 a.m. and 24 seconds for, again, it's misspelled, "oh, physical abuse quite." Is that correct?
yes,
And your understanding at the time was that Ms. Phillips was searching for physical abuse, quit or quote or something along those lines?
I believe so, yes.
And certainly that's a relevant part of the phone findings to your investigation. Would you agree?
Yes, it is.
All right. As to exhibit number 84, I just want to clarify, I don't just agree with the purpose that the state was using this for at all, but I just want to make sure that this is on the record. It's your understanding that the CenturyLink 9752 was the home internet system at the Phillips home?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Captain Zimmerman, you would agree that in the text messages that you recovered from Ms. Phillips, that she made numerous references to being physically abused by Mark Phillips on the evening of February 22nd of 2019?
I don't know if, all I know is what was on the query search of the,
Sure. I'm going back, I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm going back to the text messages that I was highlighting and we were reading out loud earlier.
okay, I'm sorry.
You agree that, and I'm not going to go through all of these with you, but you agree that there were numerous messages between Ms. Phillips and her associates that seemed to imply that she had been physically assaulted by Mr. Phillips.
Yes,
And that's certainly a relevant part of the investigation as well.
correct.
So you retired in January of 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
So essentially you were overseeing this investigation from about February of 23rd of 2019 until January of 2020?
Yes,
And Investigator Leinfelder has testified that you take a team approach at the Sheriff's Department to investigating these types of cases, correct?
that's correct.
But ultimately, if there's somebody in charge of an investigation, that would have been you at that point?
Technically, I reviewed all the reports, all the investigative reports and so on, yes.
Okay. And if something needed to be done in terms of investigative follow-up, generally speaking, would it be you as the highest ranking officer's job to task somebody to do that?
We would periodically have investigative meetings to determine what needed to be done as like a to-do list or whatever. And that was a collaboration of all of us. Instead of just one brain, we combined them all, so.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you initially investigated in this case was the ability to download or preserve data from the Dodge Ram truck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you reached out to Trooper Michael Marquardt.
Yes,
I believe he may be retired now as well, if I recall correctly, but
I believe so.
but at the time, I think you described him as a very experienced accident reconstruction expert.
Very knowledgeable, yes.
Somebody that you've relied upon in the past to investigate auto-related incidents.
Correct.
And you actually communicated with Trooper Marquardt by email on February 25th of 2019. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to have an exhibit marked here. Mr. Zimmerman, if you take a look at that and just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize that email and the attachments?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be correspondence that you had with Trooper Marquardt in the course of this action?
Yes.
Offer 519, Your Honor.
Objection?
Be received.
Vote to publish.
Also no objection?
Go ahead.
Now, Trooper Marquardt, and I'm just going to go over some of what he discussed with you. And he did indicate that there would need to be a significant event in order to record data, correct?
That's correct.
However, he does recommend that you pull the data just to make sure that you're not missing anything. Is that correct?
At this email, yes, he did.
Now, Trooper Marquardt indicated to you that you would require a warrant or consent, obviously, correct?
That's correct.
And then he highlighted some areas of interest in the Dodge Ram that may have been of interest to your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, is it fair to say that at this point, nobody's discussing exactly what constitutes a significant event for purposes of triggering the vehicle electronic data system?
I'm sorry, could you?
Trooper Marquardt doesn't define exactly what a significant event is in this
Correct.
email, correct?
Correct.
And the working theory here, at least at this point in the investigation, was that Ms. Phillips struck or even ran Mr. Phillips over with the vehicle, right?
Correct.
And certainly that could be something that could trigger a significant event if you run over a human being. Fair?
Objection, speculation.
No, overruled.
I guess that's the mechanics of the vehicle. And I'm not an expert on that, so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look at what Trooper Marquardt highlighted. And I'm going to re-highlight these areas, but I'll put it down here first to show you what I'm doing. So he indicated that safety belt status for the driver would be relevant. You agree with that?
Yes,
That the passenger safety belt status would be relevant as well?
yes,
And that could show who the occupants were during any particular significant event, correct?
I believe that would just show that the safety belts were applied, yes.
The seat track position, is that correct?
Correct.
Tending to show where the seat was located at the time of the significant event.
That's correct.
And you could use that to determine whether or not it was being driven plausibly by a taller individual like Mr. Phillips or somebody shorter like Ms. Phillips.
Correct.
The occupant size classification,
Whatever that is, yes.
flipping on to page 3 of this document. DTCs present at start of event. DTC is essentially the vehicle malfunction code, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And certainly that's relevant to determining what happens as well, correct?
As well as to,
Rule out any vehicle malfunctions.
correct, yes.
Okay. All right, page 4. All right, we've got the left and the right door pressure sensors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And obviously, that would be important in this case to either corroborating or disconfirming Ms. Phillips' event of fleeing her husband so quickly that the passenger side door was still open. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Speed indicated on the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And obviously, speed is very important to determining recklessness and determining what happened in terms of this incident, correct?
Section calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Speed is something that you commonly look at when you're looking at determining the causes of collisions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The accelerator pedal indicating the percentage that it was depressed by the driver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
ABS activity, anti-lock brake systems.
Correct.
Steering input. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's showing the input that a driver would move a steering wheel either left or right leading up to the incident.
Possibly, yes. Yep.
And obviously that could be relevant to determining in which direction Ms. Phillips was attempting to flee at the time that she left the house.
Correct.
Braking system, is that right?
The maximum braking, yes. Yep.
Indicating whether or not there had been a hard braking event, correct? Object of interest distance, correct?
Yes.
And that is something found on newer model cars where it identifies hazards off into the distance. Is that correct?
Like other vehicles and so on, yes. Yep.
And then finally, the forward collision warning lamp status. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in a vehicle like a newer model Dodge Ram here, that would be an indication that a collision was imminent in front of the vehicle, correct?
With another object, yes, and like another vehicle, yes.
And certainly that would be relevant data to have in determining what happened in this case, correct?
If it would detect it, yes.
Now, Trooper Marquardt offered to come and do the vehicle download for you. Is that correct?
I believe if it was Trooper Marquardt or an investigator from the Dane County Sheriff's Department, one or the other, yes.
Okay. And it's something that Trooper Marquardt's done for your department in the past, right?
I believe so, yes.
And in this case, you agree that Investigator Leinfelder actually got a search warrant on March 19th of 2019 to download this vehicle data.
I'm not sure what the description in the search warrant was, how it was spelled out for what was to be searched.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't have asked, or you wouldn't have had Investigator Leinfelder seek out a search warrant for any vehicle data download if you didn't think it would be relevant, right?
I don't recall him completing a search warrant for vehicle data. The only search warrant I recall is when the crime lab conducted their investigation and so on.
In a case like this, all that's required to do the download is have Trooper Marquardt or a similarly trained professional come out and just physically connect to the vehicle and download the data, right?
Again, I'm not a professional in this field, but I believe that it has to be removed from the vehicle to be downloaded.
In other words, the only thing that you would lose if there was no data would be the individual time that the officer spent trying to download that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Let's talk a little bit about the telematics system. That was distinct from the vehicle data. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, which system?
So let me ask you, do you recall having a conversation with Trooper Marquardt about downloading data from the telematics system in the Dodge Ram?
Briefly, I do,
Okay.
yes.
And a telematics system is those fancy multi-purpose displays where you can hook up phones and navigations and music and everything in your car.
Okay, yes,
And as a matter of fact, you were forwarded to some emails from the City of Madison Police Department, correct?
that's correct.
Indicating to you that the City of Madison had specialists trained in downloading data from the telematics system.
Yes,
And that data could have been relevant to your investigation as well, is that correct?
I believe at the time, we couldn't figure out what data would be in there versus the black box of the truck. I believe that showed Bluetooth connections and so forth like that, so. that was,
Navigation as well?
Navigation, yes.
And that was something that you explored with the rest of your investigative team, doing a telematics download of that data, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And you wanted to make sure that you included that system just to make sure that the crash data wasn't encompassed within the telematics system. Is that fair?
Included that information in,
Meaning that you wanted to include telematics in what you were looking at, just to ensure that it wasn't, just to ensure that the crash data wasn't included in the same patch of data.
I personally myself did not know that data was available. And I believe that Trooper Marquardt reached out to the Madison PD detective who
Okay.
furnished that information. But I believe that information was like 3 years old that he furnished, furnished us, so.
Did you personally contact any member of the Madison Police Department to see if they would be willing to come down and do a telematics download?
I did
for you?
not, no.
And you're aware that the scope of investigator search warrant permitted the download of telematics data?
If it was included in the search warrant, yes.
Other than just, was this a conscious decision to not download the data, Captain Zimmerman, or was this something that kind of slipped through the cracks?
After the information I received, I believe it was at a later time from Trooper Marquardt, as I explained earlier, about how many times the vehicle was turned on and off, and that it would wipe the data that was stored there. That's why we did not.
You're saying that's specific to the telematics data as well, or specific to the crash data?
Crash data.
Is there, was there a conscious decision to not try to independently download the telematics data?
I imagine there was. Like I said, I don't recall that, so.
Okay. And I'm just gonna highlight a section of Exhibit 519 here. And just read this out loud. Here's that Trooper Marquardt indicated to you that, quote, just running over the mail may not have set one off, but if it was substantial, then my recommendation is that we pull the data just to be sure you are not missing something. Did I read that quote correctly?
Yes.
All right, Captain Zimmerman, let's talk about the camera system. I just want to ask you this, that you agree that there's no evidence that Ms. Phillips deleted any videos when she accessed that system on February 23rd, correct?
That was the information I received from the Blink company, yes, is that there was no deleted files.
And the files are saved to the cloud when there's a motion activated trigger. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
And your understanding was that those cameras were originally disarmed by Mr. Phillips's cell phone on February 21st of 2019?
Yes,
You've been able to corroborate that via the records?
Yes,
Now, the feeds that Ms. Phillips were viewing were live, is that correct?
correct. Those are live feeds, yes,
And those feeds will not generate cloud-based storage, is that correct?
that's correct.
Did you have a chance to review any of the video footage that was preserved from the Blink security system in response to your warrant?
Just briefly, I reviewed the storage from the cloud on the morning of the 23rd, when Ms. Phillips exited the residence. I believe that's the only one that I viewed.
And did you view any videos from any other feeds showing the angle where the cameras are positioned?
You mean camera placement or?
Yes.
No.
One moment. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Let me just make sure I'm not walking away with the exhibits first.
Great, thank you.
Your Honor, before redirect it sounded like an exhibit was an exhibit offered at the very end there, or I think I might have just heard Attorney Zacher.
No, I think he was just making sure he wasn't walking off with the exhibits.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm returning them all.
All right. Stay heavy redirect then.
Yes, Your Honor. A moment to grab some. Investigator, or sorry, Judge Levine planted the seed. So Captain Zimmerman, Mr. Zacher spoke with you in depth about why or why not the department decided not to get vehicle download data from the Dodge Ram pickup truck. Do you recall viewing exhibit number 519, which was an email from Trooper Marquardt?
Yes.
Importantly, what was the date and time of the top email in that packet?
Monday, February 25th at 9:35 a.m.
And that's of 2019.
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you had a telephonic conversation with Trooper Marquardt after this email was received?
Yes, to explain the situation that we were investigating a little further, that there would not be any high speeds in this incident and so on. You know, I think Trooper Marquardt was under the impression that there was greater speeds than what there was here.
And earlier that morning at about 8:31, I believe is on page 6 of that packet. Could you turn to that?
Yes.
Did can I publish? I will publish this for the jury.
It's exhibit 519.
519,
Go ahead.
page 6. Everybody read this, okay? So, Investigator Zimmerman, in this email, was there any information given to you about whether or not potential event was significant enough to even write data?
Just that, as in the first line, or likely we would need a non-deployment trigger event, which would involve some type of deceleration, maybe from 3 to 5 miles an hour, not acceleration, deacceleration. And then also he goes on to explain as I spoke about earlier, the power to the vehicle, which would overwrite being the ignition was turned on or off.
Now, Mr. Zacher also asked you about the infotainment and telematics system and some information that Trooper Marquardt had forwarded to you from a Dane County Sheriff's investigator. Is that
Correct.
accurate? All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize that exhibit, please?
I do, yes.
And what is that exhibit?
This is a forward that Trooper Marquardt forwarded to me from Investigator Blanky from the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
And on page 1, paragraph 5, there is some information listed. Does that, can you describe for the jury what information and advice was given there?
On paragraph 5,
Five.
it reads, how do we preserve data if we suspect that there is, that it is there, or so that it does not get overwritten? And it goes on to say the data is preserved for several months in some cases. I don't know if any of that will be overwritten with a key turn like airbag modules do. And again, this information was from September 2nd of 2016 that was forwarded.
So it's fair to say that Trooper Marquardt, who you indicated was an expert in vehicle reconstruction,
Yes,
didn't have any additional or updated information to give you about telematics.
that's correct.
During the course of your investigation, were you aware of the timeline of what Ms. Phillips and Mr. Phillips did previous to arriving back at their residence about 11 p.m. on the night of February 22nd?
I know it was mentioned that they went to a couple different establishments with friends.
Do you recall it was discussed earlier that they were at the dive bar and had an argument at about 8:50 p.m. Does that sound consistent with what you recall of the investigation?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 85. On that exhibit, can you refresh the jury's recollection as to what that exhibit is?
This would be a printout of the Cellbrite extraction on queries that Lori Phillips had done.
And what is the query that she made on February 22nd at 9:19 and 23 seconds?
Buds McKenzie.
Who is Spuds McKenzie, if you know?
I think he was a character for one of the alcohol companies, could be Budweiser or something like that.
That's what you recall?
That's what I recall.
You recall what kind of character he was, or?
Yeah, he was a dog
Okay.
with a black patch, I believe, over one eye.
I guess using Spuds McKenzie as there was discussion of a happy hour text that was found on Ms. Phillips' phone sometime after 11 p.m. Are you familiar with the phrase happy hour?
Judge, for relevance.
Yeah. This is general knowledge. Go on.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you refresh the jury's recollection what that is?
This is a camera log that I received from Blink.
Do you recall, strike that. Does that list what times Ms. Phillips was looking at making live use of the cameras at the residence?
It does, yes.
And I guess because the earliest is starting at the bottom and moves up to the top. The earliest, what time and date was the earliest live view of the server.
But I guess I'm going to object at this point is beyond the scope of cross as well as the document speaks for itself. It's been admitted.
Yeah, he did cross Captain Zimmerman on the camera system and specifically asked about the live view.
Overruled, go ahead.
The first live view was February 23rd, 2019 at 11:08 and 10 seconds.
Actually, would that be February 22nd? Because that would be over midnight.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry, it's Eastern Standard Time, so
Okay. And is that consistent, to your knowledge, with the time that Ms. Phillips was in the Woodman's parking lot?
Judge, I'm going to object for relevance and lack of foundation.
Overruled. I mean, overruled on relevance, foundation, unless he knows.
If you don't recall the time that she was at the Woodman's parking lot, that is fine.
I believe this is earlier than when she arrived at Woodman's parking lot, because this would be 11:08 PM. So, yeah, I believe this would be earlier than when she arrived at Woodman's.
All right. Perhaps consistent when she was at the subdivision?
Could be, yes.
The live view that is there another live view that was conducted at about 12:14 a.m.? Or I'm sorry, 12:12 a.m.
Yes,
Is that consistent with the time that she would have been in the Woodman's parking lot? If you recall. If you don't recall, it's fine.
I don't recall what the time frame was that she was at Woodman's.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Briefly, all right. So Captain Zimmerman, showing you Exhibit 87 again. Is it your understanding, sir, that Ms. Phillips at various points accessed all three of the surveillance cameras at the Phillips home?
Yes,
In other words, there was one that was located kind of over the westernmost part of the driveway, correct?
correct, yes,
There's one that covered the area from the back entrance of the home that you described seeing earlier, correct?
correct,
And then there was one that led out to like the hot tub in the pool area?
correct,
All right, and it appears from those records that Ms. Phillips accessed all three of them.
yes.
Okay. I want to go back to what you testified to about whether or not there'd be a deployment event with high speed. What were you defining as high speed for purposes of that discussion with Trooper Marquardt?
I use that as an example, I believe earlier, like a highway crash where there would be speeds in excess of 40, 50 miles an hour. So there would need to be something that would need to be tripped for that recorder to record
Well, you've
a
certainly seen
event.
vehicle downloads where a crash information data system is triggered at lower speeds than highway speeds, right?
Well, yes, but
I mean, it doesn't take much, just a collision or an event of some sort in order to trigger that recording system, correct?
to a certain degree, yes, a significant event, yes.
Okay, and you have no idea what the threshold was for a significant event on the 2019 Dodge Ram, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to just re-review Exhibit 88. Just make sure that we've got this correct. Can I get the envelope, please? All right, does this appear to be the forwarded email exchange from Trooper Marquardt from, I apologize, I think I said City of Madison, but it was the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
All right, and going down to paragraph 5, you recall when Ms. Scamp had you read a portion of that for the jury?
Yes.
All right, and I just want to make sure that we got this right, because I think as you read it, it was, I don't know if any of the data will be overridden with a key turn, like airbag modules do. Could you read that last sentence for us out loud, please?
I don't know if any of, I don't know of any that will be overwritten with a key turn like airbag modules do.
I'm not trying to nitpick here, but the language there is that he's unaware of any data that would be overwritten by a key turn like the airbag module would. Is that fair?
By reading that, yes.
Okay. And Trooper Marquardt actually, in the exhibit that Ms. Skemp showed you, I believe this was a 519. Indicated to you that, and I'm going to highlight, this is page 6. That with respect to the electronic vehicle data, quote, it would be a lot and may have some stuff that we are not even thinking of, like occupancy position weights or something similar that might be of real interest to you to support or refute the story, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Trooper Marquardt, or the forwarded email, at least from Exhibit 88, going back to paragraph 5, indicates to you that the data is preserved for several months in some cases on the telematics system. Is that correct?
That would be from Detective Blanky from Dane County, yes, from 2016, yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any other requests?
Yes. Captain Zimmerman, directing your attention to Exhibit 88. I'm going to display it on the screen. In paragraph 1, does that explain what type of information is stored in the infotainment systems?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object unless this is being used for his impression of what the data was. Hearsay?
It is for his impression.
Overruled, go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
So when you reviewed this email to help you decide the direction of your investigation, right? And some of the information that may be on one of those infotainment or telematic system is described in paragraph 1. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was there anything there that is significant enough that would have been helpful to your investigation?
The input directions, she would, he was looking for hotels and stuff. I can see that.
Did you have another source for that, though?
Yes, yes, we did.
And what source was that?
The queries on the Celebrate extraction.
And for paragraph number 2, also some information that would be stored there. Would anything there be helpful to your investigation?
Not really. We had the Celebrate extraction too, and Celebrate, or the phone goes through the Bluetooth in the vehicle. So I don't think that would have been helpful at all.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just one, Judge. Captain Zimmerman, typically, you're not going to seek out a search warrant to obtain evidence if you don't think that it's relevant to your investigation. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Well, enjoy your retirement. So, can you be released from a subpoena or?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, released from the subpoena then. Any further witnesses?
Your Honor, at this time, the state, I believe we have moved into every exhibit that I have on my notes into evidence from ours perspective. If not, I do so move the state pending that procedural piece, and any further objections conclude the case in chief.
The only ones I had in question were 84 and 88. I don't know if those were received. If there's any objection to those?
84 was what, Your Honor?
That was the Wi-Fi connection form. I think it was shown at one point by the defense.
No objection to being received. The state moves it.
Okay,
We're
those will-
moving it to be received.
And,
Okay.
and 88 was the camera log, Your Honor?
No, 88 was the email forward of the telematics.
For the purposes used, I'd move 88.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay, those would be received. I think we can. So the state rests at this point.
Yes.
Okay. So I know this is a little bit early for lunch, so I'm not sure what we're going to do because it's a little bit too early. But there's ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break right now because we need to talk about some things. If we can, we'll bring you back in before lunch. It's possible we'll just go straight to lunch. Maybe we can even have it early. Can we? All right. Yeah, maybe we just take a lunch break right now because I'm afraid by the time we get done talking, it'll be 10, 20 minutes and it won't be enough to really get anything done. But maybe what we'll do is we'll need some time for lunch, but maybe we'll start a little bit before 1 if we're lucky. We'll give you a heads up through Terry or Kevin. So, okay, thank you. All right, everybody may be seated. The state is rested. Usually there's a couple things we need to do after state is rested. Are you ready to proceed with defense witnesses at all?
I have a motion first, Your Honor.
Yeah, I understand you would, but are you, just in case, were you ready with
Just in
defense?
case I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this point, I move the court for a directed verdict of acquittal. The state's elements are fairly straightforward. Number 1, causation, showing that Ms. Phillips did cause by a substantial factor Mark Phillips's death through her actions. Number 2, recklessness. Recklessness requires proof of individual elements to include that Ms. Phillips herself created a substantial risk, that risk was unreasonable under the circumstances, and that Ms. Phillips was personally aware at the time that she acted that she created both a substantial and unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm. The state's focused a lot of its case in this matter on showing the mechanics of a possible collision here, but we've heard absolutely no testimony that a reasonable jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Phillips was reckless under the circumstances alleged. There's been no testimony indicating that Ms. Phillips was the individual creating the risk alleged. There's been no evidence that could rationally support the presumption that Ms. Phillips would have been unreasonable fleeing from Mr. Phillips under the circumstances. Moreover, where I think the evidence is particularly lacking, I'm unaware of anything that would indicate, particularly to the level that would allow a rational jury to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ms. Phillips was actively aware of a substantial and unreasonable risk at the time of the actions. Dr. Reichert himself testified that this matter very well could have occurred in the manner that Ms. Phillips described, and his manner of death in this case was undetermined, not homicide. I also don't believe that the state's anywhere near the elements for 1060A. We don't have, number one, there's been no established legal duty to that Ms. Phillips would have, particularly to a spouse in this case. It has to exist in Wisconsin law explicitly, not just the general duty of care that everyone owes one another in the community. That doesn't exist in our case law. It doesn't exist in our statutory law, and I think it would contradict all of our domestic violence policy that we have on this issue, suggesting that a domestic abuse victim owes a particularly higher duty of care to her abuser under those circumstances. Number two, the state's presented no evidence that would cause a rational jury to conclude that Ms. Phillips would have been aware that Mr. Phillips had been injured and failed to act under those circumstances. So I do believe that this is one of those rare cases that is appropriate for a directed verdict of acquittal. I would ask the court to rule in that matter at this time.
State's response?
Your Honor, the state does not feel that a directed verdict is appropriate. We believe that this case should continue. We should believe that pending the defense's presentation of their case, that this is a matter that is appropriate and proper for the jury to decide. Your Honor, I'll touch on cause, that Ms. Phillips caused the death of Mark Phillips. She is, by her statements and by observations of Dr. Reichert, there are no other reasonable causes that a jury could conclude, I guess, from our perspective in terms of beyond a reasonable doubt. At this stage, Judge, all inferences are drawn in the favor of the state. The injuries here are significant enough, as talked about at length by Dr. Reichert, that the cause of death for that driveway at that particular time where Mr. Phillips was found was the truck. That truck was incontrovertibly driven by Ms. Phillips, both by, I guess, her statements, the corroborating evidence, all of the video and timeline information that has been presented about what happened after she left. Your Honor, as far as the pure cause there, we know it's not a slip and fall. We know this isn't a heart attack. We know that Mr. Phillips didn't get drunk and fall asleep in the snow. The only thing that reasonably could have been concluded as far as what Dr. Reichert's testimony for the extent and extremity of the compound fractures and a lot of the things that were heard would be, I guess, a significant fall. There's also no evidence to suggest anything like that. So as far as the actual physical corroborating evidence for the cause of death on the truck, defense counsel also doesn't note that the gene from the state's perspective, the hair fiber, or not the fiber, the consistent fiber that Ruth Hank testified to was found under the vehicle, lodged in the vehicle. It is consistent with the jeans that Mr. Phillips was wearing when they recovered him. We heard testimony about, he was wearing the same clothes, that kind of things. We visibly saw many pictures of the jeans that were ripped. We know that they weren't ripped by, or a jury could at least infer that they weren't ripped by the paramedics, tri-state, that kind of thing. When they removed them, there was other testimony regarding that. So as far as the pure cause, that corroborating evidence with Ms. Phillips' version of events, that there was an argument in the driveway that she left in the truck. She is the only person driving a vehicle in proximity to Mr. Phillips and had the opportunity to hit him. It is of the same character, nature, and everything we would expect as far as cause. We believe that a jury could conclude the first element, cause, was met under those circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. And it is certainly not something that no rational fact finder could determine cause. Attorney Zacher had brought up through questioning other types of if he was dragged or hit with the mirrors or fell under the truck. But again, Your Honor, it's one of those, the actual causal mechanism for the death of Mr. Phillips was the weight of those two forces in a vehicle driven by Ms. Phillips. As far as
I ask the state, what is the theory? Because it's unclear to me, what is the theory of the accident by the state then? Is it that he got run over by a wheel? That doesn't seem to be supported by the facts. What is the theory of how the accident went down?
Your Honor, we believe that the crushing mechanism and that it was the actual tire, I mean, the weight of the truck going through the truck into the wheel into Mr. Phillips' left side of his body is the cause.
So there's no tire tracks, nothing on the body, but nobody's testified to that, right?
There is no tire tracks in the body. That is correct.
Okay, so the theory is that, I just want to understand what your theory is that he fell and then was run over by the back tire or something?
Your Honor, our theory is that Ms. Phillips drove a truck, and I'll get to the recklessness element afterwards, and why we believe that's appropriate to continue. But our theory is that Ms. Phillips went over Mr. Phillips in the truck.
Okay, you're not understanding my question. What I'm asking is, what are the mechanics? Did he go under the truck? Did he stay off to the side of the truck? And I'm sorry I'm not trying to be insensitive to the victims here. It's tragic he's died. What I'm trying to understand what the theory is, the mechanics that the state is alleging here. Because you do have inferences in favor of the state. There's a piece of fabric which is consistent with his jeans that is on a drive shaft in the middle of the truck. And what the state is trying to infer is that's indicating the body was underneath the truck somehow. But so what's the inference, that he got run over directly, got run over from the side? What's the mechanics of the accident?
So, Your Honor, I understand the court's clarification question. My understanding and argument of the law is that it's a substantial factor, and then also when we talk about the instruction and the law regarding what multiple substantial factors being used to determine cause.
Still not answering my question. I understand you believe the truck was a substantial factor. I understand that. What you have no theory as to exactly the mechanism of the accident, of how the vehicle crushed the body.
Your Honor, Mr. Phillips, our theory is that Mr. Phillips is coming around the front of the truck from the right to the left, and then Ms. Phillips hits the gas or takes off, or however she describes it, and she at that time went over Mr. Phillips with the truck.
So he was never at the window. She's lying about that. Is that what you're saying?
Your Honor, I will concede that in terms of whether it was the front or back tire, I cannot answer that.
Okay. Now the next thing is the element of unreasonableness. What do you want to respond to that? Assuming the facts get you to cause, get to unreasonableness.
Your Honor, as far as the reasonableness of the situation, we believe that, evidence has been presented regarding Ms. Phillips and her flight and her state of mind and things like that. We've heard that the biggest piece of evidence in terms of what we would expect, I don't know. It was mostly discussed during openings by Attorney Zacher. We haven't actually gotten to that, a lot of that evidence in the state's estimation. As far as the unreasonableness, it comes down to credibility and what the jury understands as far as Ms. Phillips, the way she's presented these version events and what they believe, that is appropriately in the purview of the jury, that credibility for the actual reasonableness of her flight.
Just so it's clear, defense has no burden of proof at all. State has the burden of proof. You have to prove unreasonableness.
Correct.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
So what is the unreasonableness of the actions? Is it just because there's a dead body, it's unreasonable?
No, Your Honor. The unreasonableness, we believe that there is evidence, plenty of evidence in the record that a reasonable fact finder could conclude that Ms. Phillips was angry, that Ms. Phillips was having an argument, that argument was not exactly how it was described, and that she, in her words, took the F off, or however she described it, that particular point of the video, that he was in front of her, that she saw him, that she was aware of his general location, and she, not to flee necessarily for safety, but just to go, because she is upset, arguing that kind of thing. The argumentativeness, that is unreasonable. That is acting in the heat of the moment due to anger.
And that addresses the awareness aspect. So I believe that addresses the awareness aspect too. And the reason that's important is because each of the elements have to show some evidence that's not some evidence in most favorable to the state, that a reasonable jury could come to the conclusion at this point, when a motion is brought at this point, beyond a reasonable doubt, that those elements were met. If I accept all those facts as determined by the state as relevant evidence, the court is finding that there's a reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, if looking at the facts as stated by the state. Of course, it's a different standard once the case is done. Given that, the court's denying the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. There's a couple of things we need to talk about. One is how many witnesses do you have right now?
I have Sergeant Cernine out there. I promised him I would get him out of the way first. Let's see, 2. And then at least 4 others.
Is the sergeant quick?
Yes.
Is he quick? Would you like to try to get him done before noon?
Sure, if the court would give me a few minutes to use the restroom first, that'd be
Yeah. Yeah. Is there much cross-examination for this?
For Sergeant Cernine, I'm not anticipating it.
All right. So maybe we should just try to get one witness done for the defense. And then the other issue, of course, you don't have to determine this right now, as if the defendant's going to testify or not testify. I'll need to do that at some point. We'll have to take a break so we can go over that. That could be tomorrow. Although my hope is we can get as much done we can today with very little tomorrow, so we can get the jury instructions to and the closings be made by tomorrow, preferably by noon. But I know that's going to be stretching it. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then see if we can bring the jury back in. We'll go tell them. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have to use the restroom, so I'll run.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hearsay.
Sustain.
Did you eventually speak with Ms. Phillips?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded to this call, was this emergent?
I believe I did, yes.
That would be typical practice for deputies receiving a domestic type call like this, right?
Yes.
And when you responded, did you have another officer there as backup?
At some point I did. I don't remember if it was immediately upon my arrival or who arrived first exactly, but yes, there was another deputy there with me.
That was Deputy Peter Sloan.
Yes.
And when the two of you arrived, I assume that you spoke with Ms. Phillips.
Yes, I did.
She appeared to be upset at that point.
Yes.
And she was describing to you the circumstances of why she called 911.
Correct.
One of those circumstances was that she believed that Mr. Phillips had reached across a nightstand to go for a gun.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. It's hearsay. Go ahead.
Ms. Phillips was still upset when she was describing these incidents to you.
From what I remember, yes.
Your Honor, I asked to proceed as an excited utterance
Counsel.
or present sense impression.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection then.
And Ms. Phillips indicated to you that in the process of this encounter, she believed her husband had reached across for a firearm.
Yeah, she told me that she initially believed that he may have been reaching for a firearm he kept in the area.
Ultimately, she indicated that he ended up with a remote control for a ceiling fan.
Yes, and she wasn't 100% sure on that from what I remember, what he ultimately ended up grabbing.
Did you observe any evidence that the home had been forcibly entered?
Yes.
What evidence did you observe?
One of the two entry doors into what I believe is the main entryway that they use to the house had some wood splintered away from where the lock physically enters into the lock plate.
Consistent with the door being forced open?
Yes.
Was Mr. Phillips present at the time that you arrived?
No.
Upon receiving the information from Ms. Phillips and evaluating the scene, what steps did you take next?
I gathered Ms. Phillips' statement as to what occurred and went from there.
All right. Did you issue, what is a bolo?
Your Honor, relevance?
Um, Overruled in this situation. Go ahead.
Bolo, kind of like police jargon, for lack of a better phrase, be on the lookout.
Was that issued for Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And at that point, is it fair to say that you wanted to speak with Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I wanted his side of the story as to what took place.
And did you leave instructions for any other deputies or officers regarding Mr. Phillips at that point?
Yes, after we were unsuccessful in trying to reach Mr. Phillips and get his statement, I had ultimately just established probable cause for the charges.
Objection and relevance.
Sustain.
Nothing further.
Pass.
Sergeant Trinine, did you write a police report for this incident?
Yes, I did.
If I were to ask you questions from that police report, would you recognize, I guess, the language?
I would think most of it at least, yes. Or
Okay. And if I were to, I guess, ask the question incorrectly or not when your memory or that doesn't sound like it's in your report, will you stop me and tell me, no, that's not in my report? Can you agree to do that?
I can try to do that, yes.
I'll start where Attorney Zacher left off. The question about the, I guess, the firearm or the gun, that's what Lori had indicated to you that she observed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she believed that Mark had grabbed that item.
From what I recall, she believed that's what he would have been reaching for at the time. That was her initial thought.
So in your report, I'm reading, it turned out that Mark did not grab a firearm, but must have taken a fan remote, as she later saw the fan remote had been removed from the nightstand. Are you referring to Ms. Phillips' statement there?
Correct, yes.
So Mr. Phillips, to your understanding, based on that, I guess, did not have a gun?
My understanding is that
Speculation like a foundation.
Sustain.
You never recovered a gun.
no.
In your report, I'm reading that Lori had told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark suddenly lunged towards the nightstand along the bed and grabbed what she initially thought was her revolver she keeps on the nightstand. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
So did she tell you that it was her revolver?
That's as it reads in my report, and that's, yes, that's what she told me from what I recall, that it was
Okay.
possessive for her.
Leading up to that event, did she tell you that, I guess she had received some type of notification from Mr. Phillips, or what did she tell you about what had preceded the, I guess, attempted breaking and entering?
That they were trying to evict her or get her out of the house.
Who's they?
Mr. Phillips and his parents.
Mr. Phillips and his parents?
Yes,
So all three of them were there.
correct.
So when I guess the actual door breaking came down, there were 3 people who were a part of that incident.
That's what I was told, yes.
And one of them is Tom.
Yes, Tom was on scene when we arrived,
Who's Tom?
Mr. Phillips' father.
So when you write that, sorry, wrong page. Give me just a second. So when you indicate that Lori said she heard Tom pounding on the bedroom window where she was now lying and trying to sleep, yelling at her to open the fucking door right now before I call the cops. Is that an accurate description of what Ms. Phillips told you?
Yes,
That's not Mark Phillips, correct?
correct.
Did Lori say anything about voicing her displeasure with Mr. Phillips' actions prior to this?
Actually,
Yeah.
relevance.
Are we talking about that night?
Yes, this particular incident, that particular night.
Overruled. But yes, she did.
He did. What did she tell you about that?
She had said ultimately that they had tried to make plans for the day and he was supposed to be back at a certain time. And that time had come and gone. It had become evening, nighttime, and she no longer wanted him to even come home at all. So she had locked the door and asked him to stay away.
Did she indicate that Mr. Phillips' day drinking had ruined all their plans or something to that effect?
Yes, to that effect.
And that's why she no longer wanted him there.
Yes, that was part of it, I believe.
Can you tell me what self-help eviction is?
Judge objection, relevance.
Sustain.
Your Honor, just briefly, may we sidebar on that? No further questions. Thank you, Sergeant Kaneem.
Briefly, Sergeant Crenine, I want to talk about the other part of why Lori was concerned. Did Ms. Phillips indicate to you that she had concerns about how Mark behaved when he was drunk?
Yes,
Overruled.
Did Ms. Phillips indicate to you that she was concerned because Mark would become belligerent when he was drinking and had been drinking all day?
yes,
And Ms. Phillips at a certain point indicated that Mark was the initial person who showed up and began banging on the door,
yes, I believe he was there before his parents.
and his parents were called after the fact at some point, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Nothing further. Oh, just briefly, Sergeant, am I correct in assuming that you would not seize a lawfully owned firearm from somebody if it wasn't used in the commission of a crime,
Typically not, no.
particularly from somebody who was an alleged domestic abuse victim at that point?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Recross? Go ahead.
Sergeant Kaneem, are you aware, did you observe, seized or otherwise, properly, did you observe a firearm at all?
No,
Thank you.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Yes, to see the firearm.
I don't believe I did.
Nothing further.
Anything further from the state? Okay.
I would move to release Sergeant Crenine from a subpoena.
All right, may step down. Go ahead.
Objecting to that, we'd like to retain him for possible rebuttal.
Okay, I'm gonna allow you to step down. You're still part of the subpoena. You can talk to the district attorney's office when they need you back. And that, now we're gonna have lunch. So we're gonna take a break now. You can go finish your lunch. Enjoy it. We'll see you afterwards. Anything we need to talk about, since defense is up now, anything further?
Judge, I'd like to put an offer of proof on the record
Go
for
ahead.
Deputy Patty Stotinger. I had subpoenaed Deputy Stotinger for this, or Patty Stotinger, excuse me, for the sole purpose of establishing that she arrested Mr. Phillips on Sergeant Cerneen's request that he be arrested on charges of criminal damage to property and domestic disorderly conduct, that he was arrested the next day and was released on a signature bond. I believe that the fact that he was arrested is relevant to any prior recantation that the state attempts to establish with Ms. Phillips as to the circumstances as to why he was out of the home and why Ms. Phillips was not having contact with him. But I understand the court's prior ruling on not being permitted to get into the fact that he was arrested.
And our objection is exactly that, and we rely on the court's previous ruling on that particular issue and the testimony that's already been objected to and denied. To that fact that Mr. Phillips has been arrested for those charges.
Does the state, so the state's, I'm going to make this, if I didn't make this ruling before, the state's not bringing in the recantation from before, or you are?
So,
I mean, it sounded like when you decided not to release the sergeant from a subpoena, that might be the reason for rebuttal, but the court's guessing.
so Your Honor, give me just a second to talk with ADA Skemp on that, because there are multiple witnesses, and I just want to make sure that before I answer that question, that I know exactly. So, Your Honor, our position regarding that particular fact is that her recanting the statement, it's not in response. I mean, I guess we don't see how the arrest is relevant. The arrest isn't like a causal mechanism or something like that. I mean, if there's something else.
The recantation.
Oh, I'm talking about, yeah, we think the recantation is something that is independent of the arrest. We don't think that having the arrest on the record has anything to do relevance or bearing on the recantation, I guess, is the way I would answer that question.
District Attorney's Office is saying arrests and charges have nothing to do with domestic violence recantation? Seriously?
Your Honor, no. However, what we are saying is that probable cause or arrest, that is a low burden. It does not make what happened in the home any more or less likely. It is their burden to prove beyond a preponderance of the evidence about the other acts. The recantation, people change their stories, not just because of arrest, but because circumstances change and other things.
So
So
I understand that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons could also be that a person's arrested. Does the state want to open the door to the fact he was arrested? If you don't want to open the door, you're not getting into the recantation. But if you want to get into the recantation, it opens the door and allow the defense to bring in the fact that that he was arrested. So again, this is very common in domestic violence cases. Yes, you're right. There's multiple reasons, but one of the reasons is that your loved one was arrested. And I don't think the state's going to argue with me on domestic violence. That's a fairly common thing we find in domestic violence cases.
it is, but I don't think the arrest alone is not the only thing that causes the recantation.
I know that. I know
Okay.
that. But what I'm saying is that it is one of the possible things that cause recantation. And so it is relevant then. That's my point. So do
was
you
her-
want me to allow the defense to get into the arrest or not? You know what? I'm going to answer my question. I am not willing to have a trial within a trial. This is the problem with other acts generally. I'm not going to allow the state to get into recantation. I'm not going to allow the defense to get into the fact that he got arrested. Both are excluded. I'm not going to have a secondary trial on that incident. So Given that ruling, the court's going to go ahead and be back here at 1:05. That gives it a full hour. Is that enough time?
Yes.
Okay. We'll start back at 1:15. I'll tell the jury. Thank you, everyone.
At some point on the 19th of 2018, excuse me, did you see Ms. Phillips in the bar?
Yes,
And was there anything in particular that drew your attention or concern to Ms. Phillips at the East Side Bar?
yes.
What did you observe that drew your attention?
As I was pulling tickets for another clientele, so gambling tickets, I was walking over to where that area was, and her and Mark were sitting over there on the corner of the bar. And as I was counting out tickets, I heard quote unquote from Mark's mouth, "You nigger loving whore." And that's when I had to stop immediately and kind of put that to rest real quick.
How was Mark saying this? Was he animated, agitated, angry?
Yes, he was angry. He was hovering over her, tugging on her arm, trying to get her off the bar stool.
Okay. And I assume that you've seen your fair share of drunk people in your line of work.
Yes,
Do you often intervene in circumstances where somebody might be having a drunken argument?
not unless there's like physical contact.
In this case, did you feel that it was necessary to intervene when you saw what Mark was doing to Lori?
Absolutely.
What happened next?
So as he said that, I told him to chill out, and then I used the phrase that you're lucky her sons weren't here because he would have no teeth in his mouth. And he got agitated, got angry at me.
Okay. Did Mark leave?
Not at that time.
Did he eventually leave the bar?
He did.
And was that the end at that point of the use of the racial slurs and the abusive language towards Lori that you were able to observe?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gierach. That's all I have.
Us?
Mr. Garrick, you had indicated that you knew Ms. Phillips from before,
Yes.
and you knew her kids?
I know her kids, Hunter and Brandon.
Okay. Did you, I guess, what is the extent of your, without getting into too much, but what is the extent of your personal relationship with Ms. Phillips?
She's always been super nice to me, you know. She normally comes, make small conversation. It's nothing more than that, to be honest, if I ever see her in the bar.
Okay, so Ms. Phillips has been nice to you in the past.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Phillips?
I did not.
So you've never met him before this particular incident? Or
Not like met, but I've ran into them while being out. Yes.
so Ms. Phillips isn't just another patron at the bar.
I wouldn't say an everyday patron, but she comes in every now and then, yes.
So for you, I mean, it's not like if I walked into the bar and you've never seen me before and I asked for a drink, Ms. Phillips is personal to you. Is that correct?
In a way, I guess you could say, yeah, I know her from Winona.
And Mr. Phillips is not.
No.
Apart from the incident or the what you just described, did you see anything else during their time in the bar that caused or rise for concern?
No, I was kind of just serving drinks, doing my thing, and I caught it right at the right moment, I guess, when they're walking over doing tickets.
Okay.
So yeah, I didn't see any kind of what was going on beforehand.
So you didn't see any lead up or context or anything like
No.
that? No further questions?
Anything further?
Mr. Gierach, am I fair in assuming that had it been a total stranger you observed where a husband or a boyfriend was pulling somebody off of a bar stool and using that language that you would have intervened just the same?
Yes, you're correct.
Nothing further.
Anything further from the state?
Thank you. I move to release Mr. Gierach from his subpoena.
All right, you may step down. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Adam.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Ms. Phillips will call Adam Stevens. Mr. Stevens, you can just step up here and be sworn, please. Afternoon, Mr. Stevens. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Adam Stevens, Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, do you know Lori Phillips?
Yes.
How do you know Ms. Phillips?
We used to work together at Sprint many, many years ago.
Okay. Did you work together for a number of years?
Yeah.
And did the two of you become friends?
Yes.
Now, I want to move you forward to February 22nd of 2019. Do you remember having any plans with Lori Phillips that day?
Yeah, we had plans to meet Mark and Lori for dinner.
Bless you. And you mentioned the name Mark. Did you know Mark Phillips before that date as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Stevens, where were you meeting Mark and Lori for dinner?
Sloops. Is that
Sloopies?
Sloopies?
Okay. You're from Winona, aren't you? Okay. And had you ever been to Sloopies before?
No.
Okay. Was anybody else with you, Lori, and Mark?
Hannah.
Klinsky?
Yes.
Okay, so the four of you have been friends or acquaintances for some time.
Yes.
All right. Could you describe briefly the dinner at Sloopies?
I don't recall what I had. Something small, I'm sure. I know we got there relatively early in the afternoon, 4:30, and
Okay.
having a good time.
So early bird special, or did you have someplace to be after that?
I had no plans to go anywhere, but I don't know if Hannah or Mark or Lori decided to go to the next place, but
Sure. At some point, and can we establish, was the dinner at Sloopies, was that fairly uneventful?
Yeah.
All right. Did the four of you end up going to another location after Sloopies?
yes.
Do you recall where that was?
I don't know where it is. I just know it's called The Dive.
Okay, so it was a bar called the Dive Bar?
Yeah.
All right. And do you recall why you went to the Dive Bar?
There was some drawing that night
Drawing for some money?
for some money. Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not the four of you were going to be meeting anyone at the Dive Bar?
Hannah's family.
Okay, so, and did you in fact meet Hannah's family over at the Dive Bar?
Yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Stevens, I'm gonna ask you were you having a pretty good time on February 22nd of 2019?
Yeah. It was like a last hurrah to say goodbye to Mark and Lori, as I think they were moving to Bismarck that following Monday.
And what, if anything, were you doing to celebrate?
Drinking.
Okay, were you drinking fairly heavily?
I would say yes. I had a sober ride.
Okay, so you were drinking because Ms. Klinsky was sober and was gonna be driving you?
Yes.
Okay, so once you got to the Dive Bar, at any point, did you notice Mark and Lori appear to get into an argument?
Yes.
And is this an argument that you wanted to participate in, or is it something that, or let me ask, how did you respond to that?
For the most part, I ignored it and just tried to focus on Hannah and her family, just because it was kind of embarrassing.
Why was it embarrassing?
Mark was pretty loud.
And was Mark using language that was unpleasant towards Lori?
I don't exactly recall the language. I tried to just drown most of it out.
Okay, so it's one of those situations where your friends got into a dispute and you didn't want to be in the middle of it?
Right.
At some point, do you recall Lori leaving the bar and then coming back?
I remember her leaving because she had called me to tell me that she was on her way back.
Is there anything eventful about that call from Lori when she was on her way back?
She was telling me that she was on her way back, and then I heard the phone hit the floor and stumbling around to pick it back up. And she said that she was almost back.
Okay.
Said that he had hit the phone out of her hand.
Objection,
Look. Now,
speculating.
Do you want to respond to it?
well, let me lay a little foundation for,
Mhm.
was Lori upset during this phone conversation?
Yeah, she seemed pretty upset.
Your Honor, I would offer it as an excited utterance.
You need to lay a little more foundation how we would know that.
Okay. Lori indicated to you when she was upset that Mark had slapped the phone out of her hand.
Yes.
Yeah. Overruled then. Go ahead.
Okay. At some point after leaving the bar, did you and Ms. Klinsky go to another location?
Yeah, we went back to Winona to the VFW.
Okay. Was Ms. Phillips with you at that point when you went back to the VFW?
No.
And do you recall sending or receiving text messages with Ms. Phillips following following exchange with Ms. Klinsky?
What was that?
Do you recall sending or receiving text messages from Ms. Phillips after you went back to the VFW?
On Hannah's phone, yes.
And was that in response to anything in particular that Lori had said?
I think it was just that they had gotten into a big argument. It sounded like she had nowhere to go. And I was asking if she could make it back to Winona to stay with one of us.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, just given how much you had to drink that evening, is it fair to say that your memory of the rest of that evening is somewhat clouded?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Cross?
Mr. Stevens, you had indicated that your memory was a little clouded
Yes,
because you had been drinking.
correct.
Did you drink more as the night went on? I guess, did you start drinking when did you start drinking that day?
Right around when we were ordering supper.
And then did you continue to drink?
Yes,
Did you get more drunk or more inebriated as you continued to drink?
I would say yes.
And did that impact your memory?
A little bit.
Attorney Zacher had mentioned the early bird special, or that you got there early. Was there any particular reason that you were at Sloopy's as early as you were? Does that mean anything to you?
No, I had rode with Hannah. Again, she was my ride and she had a doctor's appointment before we met them for supper. So as soon as she was done with her appointment, we met up.
When Attorney Zacher was asking you questions, you indicated that you had, I guess, referring to Mark and Lori, what you had saw, ignored it. Is that correct?
What was that?
You had ignored it, referring
Oh,
to,
yes, yes.
and that's referring to the way Mark and Ms. Phillips were behaving with each
At the
other.
table, yes,
Okay. And then you said you didn't want to get in the middle of it.
correct.
And is that after you heard the phone fall out of her or get slapped out of her hand?
I don't recall what the time frame was on that. I think it might have been after they returned or before, I don't know.
So you were still at the bar when you heard or that the phone had gotten slapped out of Ms. Phillips' hand?
Yes,
Did you and Ms. Klinsky, did you leave the bar before Mr. and Ms. Phillips?
yes,
So you had gone on your way to Winona before they had left the dive bar?
yes.
Just wait a little bit for him to answer his question,
Oh, I'm
answer the
sorry.
question. Just let him finish,
Okay.
that's all. Thank you.
If it was your understanding that Ms. Phillips had her phone smacked out of her hand, why didn't you intervene when they got back to the bar?
I just didn't feel it was my place to get in the middle of that. I try to avoid as much drama as possible, but I didn't realize, I guess, the severity of it.
And when you and Ms. Klinsky had left the bar, did you do so with Ms. Klinsky? I think you said her family was there.
Yeah, her family was there.
Did that whole group leave the bar?
That I don't know.
Is there any reason why, with everything you've testified to and witnessed, that you left Ms. Phillips behind or left her and Mr. Phillips at the bar?
I think at
I'm
that,
asking his personal reasoning.
Overruled, go ahead.
at that point, they, I believe, were on decent terms, and that's why we left.
So you personally did not believe at that time that she was unsafe,
Objection, speculation. will be
his personal belief.
Judged at relevance.
He testified already, go ahead. Sustain.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, I would move to reopen just briefly. As Mr. Stevens, I neglected to ask you earlier.
Objection, it's beyond the scope of cross.
Just out of fairness, I'm just gonna allow him to do it, allow there to be cross on this issue, go ahead. He's noting that he just forgot to say something, so.
At some point, did Mr. Phillips begin calling your cell phone at the dive bar?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate Mr. Phillips called your cell phone?
I don't know the exact number, but it was a few.
And at some point, did you eventually put Lori on the phone?
Yes,
Why?
because I didn't want to deal with it. I got sick of him calling me back to back and just said, here, you talk to him.
Was Mr. Phillips upset on the phone?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained, if you want to talk to him.
Sure. You've seen Mr. Phillips upset in the course of your relationship with him?
That I can recall, maybe one other time.
That based on your prior experiences with Mr. Phillips, did he sound to be upset when he was on the phone with you?
Yes.
And did he have a request for you about Lori?
What was that?
Mr. Phillips asked, did Mr. Phillips ask you to take any action with regard to Lori?
He told me to tell her to get back in the effing truck.
Effing meaning fucking,
Yes.
nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Stevens, you had indicated that you've seen Mark Phillips upset one other time. Did I hear that correctly?
I believe the party bus night, yes.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. I would move to excuse Mr. Phillips from a subpoena.
No objection.
All right, thank you, may step down.
Mr. Stevens, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens, you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you, Mr.
Hannah.
Call your next witness.
Getting there now, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll call Hannah Klinsky.
Yeah.
All right. Afternoon, Ms. Klinsky. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Hannah Klinsky, Klinski.
Ms. Klinsky, do you know Lori Phillips?
I do.
How do you know Ms. Phillips?
We've been friends for several years.
When would you say that the two of you first got to know one another?
It was April of 2008. That's when we first started at Sprint together.
Okay, so you, Lori, and Adam all worked at Sprint at one time or another?
We did.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Lori. Would you describe yourself as friends?
Absolutely.
And did you get to know Mark Phillips in the course of knowing Lori as a friend?
I did.
What personally did you observe about, did you spend time with Mark and Lori as friends?
Yep, I did.
And how often would you see Mark and Lori in your estimation?
Occasionally.
Okay. Did you ever have any concerns that arose spending time with Mark and Lori?
Unfortunately, yes, I did.
What were those concerns?
I was very worried about the controlling aspect of things that I kind of caught on to pretty quickly in their relationship. So much as their first date. When I first met him, I just kind of had a couple red flags, but I mean, over time, getting to know him, just worrisome a little bit.
Was that something, Ms. Klinsky, that you were trying to pry into Lori's life about, or did you not ask her about her relationship too much?
I didn't.
Why not?
I mean, honestly, as someone who's also been in abusive relationships, I know kind of some of the signs, and I just assumed that it was happening, and it's not typically something that you're comfortable speaking about, especially to a close friend. You want that friend to like your significant other. You love that person. You don't want other people to think poorly of them. So personally, it was my assumption it was happening, but I never chose to deep dive into it and ask a lot of questions.
Sure. So I want to move forward to February 22nd of 2019. Do you recall having plans with Lori and Mark?
Yes.
What were those plans?
Adam and I were planning to come to La Crosse to hang out with them, just to go out to dinner and have a couple of cocktails and say goodbye. They were leaving for Bismarck, so we just wanted to hang out with them one more time.
Okay. And Adam mentioned that the two of you were there fairly early. Is that accurate?
Right.
You had a doctor's appointment or something you had to be
I
at first?
did.
Okay. And about what time do you think that you got to Sloopy's?
It's a guess. I would say maybe like 4:30.
Okay, so fairly early in the
Fairly
evening.
early, yeah.
And had you ever been to Sloopy's before that time?
I had not.
Could you describe the dinner for us briefly?
Yeah, it was a great time. We just ate a quick bite. I couldn't tell you what we ate, but we had a lot of fun, just good conversation. And I think we played darts, maybe, if I remember right.
Okay. Anyone seem to be visibly drunk at that time at Sloopy's?
No,
Now, at some point, did the four of you go to a different location?
we did.
Where was that?
The dive.
Had you ever been to the dive before?
I have, yeah.
How did the four of you settle on the dive as the second location?
There was a drawing that night.
Okay,
So if you were chosen to like pick a card, the Queen of Hearts, you won whatever the jackpot was. So we just figured we would meet up with my family, so they could say goodbye to Lori too, and take our chance at that drawing.
okay. So, your family is gonna be there as well?
They were, yep.
Who from your family was there?
My dad, my stepmom, and my aunt and uncle, and then a close family friend of theirs.
Okay. Had Mark ever met your family before that point?
No,
All right. So, when you got to the dive bar, at any point did you notice anything concerning between Mark and Lori?
at first, no.
What about as time went on?
As time went on, yes.
What did you observe that concerned you?
There was a gentleman who had came up and just briefly asked Lori if she had remembered who Terry LaFleur was. She had said no. It was just a normal conversation. I didn't really think much of it, but later come to find out that that really upset him. I didn't know why at the time, but it was that conversation that set him off.
Well, what did you observe about Mark that would lead you to believe that he was upset?
When they had left and returned, he was very upset in the truck when he had dropped her off, saying a lot of nasty things. And then just learning more about the instance that happened in the truck when her and I and Adam were talking together at our table once Mark had came back and walked away.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Mark in particular. Have you seen him angry in the past?
Yes,
Did Mark appear angry to you during these encounters?
yes.
If you could quantify this, did he look angrier than you had normally seen him in the past?
Yes.
And what kind of things was he yelling and screaming at Lori?
He was calling her, I don't like to say it, but he was calling her a slut, a whore, the C word.
C word meaning cunt,
Correct.
bitch.
Yes.
And what was Lori's reaction to this?
Typical, trying to diffuse the situation and just kind of like, okay, Mark, okay, whatever, didn't want to lead into it and make it worse.
Was Mark calming down at all that you could notice?
No,
And was there a point in time when you recall Lori coming back in that you saw her coming back in or saw Mark coming back from the truck?
both of them?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed that they were arguing back and forth. At that very moment, I didn't know exactly what it was about, but they were both having a heated discussion. Her just trying to calm him down.
And you said that you saw Mark outside of the dive bar by the truck. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
How did Mark appear during that time frame?
Very upset. She was getting out of the truck to come back in with us. He was basically dropping her off and he was just upset about her being with us.
Did he appear to be angry at that point?
Yes.
Did Mark immediately follow Lori back in or did he stay out there for a while?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay. Now, Hannah, did you have any concerns after Lori came back in to the bar and Mark was visibly upset outside?
Yes,
And is that something that you tried to talk to Lori about at the dive bar?
I did. Yep.
Did the topic about whether or not it would be healthy for Lori to move to Bismarck come up at any point?
I basically begged her not to move with him.
Why
because I
not?
was fearful of her safety, being there alone, and if something happened, she would have nobody there with her, nowhere to really go.
At some point did Mark, do you recall whether or not Mark started calling Adam Stevens' cell phone?
He did.
How many times would you estimate that Mark was calling?
2 to 3. I remember telling Adam, like, just answer your phone so he stops calling. So 2 to 3, I would guess.
Did he ever come back into the bar?
He did.
And how would you describe Mark's appearance when he came back into the bar?
He was really upset still.
Still yelling and screaming at Lori?
Right.
Was the topic of his, or was he still yelling and screaming about Terry LaFleur and his belief that Lori wanted to have sex with him?
Yes, and I mean, most of that conversation, I had just heard a lot of those name calling. I didn't hear the mention of that gentleman's name a whole lot during that conversation. It was the initial part when that other gentleman had brought him up, but yeah.
Was that fairly typical for Lori to, or during that evening anyways, was Lori, as you observed her, trying to calm Mark down?
Yes, to a point, but again, she, this isn't the first time. And she would typically just be like, whatever, okay, like, let's move on. It's fine.
And at any point that evening, did you see Mark calming down?
No,
Is it fair to say that when Mark was over at the table, that he was making a scene?
yes,
How did you react to that? And let me ask you this, when we say making a scene, what do you mean by that?
screaming, flaring his hands around. Yeah, I mean, shouting loud enough. Thankfully, the bar was very packed. There was a lot of people in there. So I don't know if a lot of other people surrounding us had heard it, but everyone at our table was just kind of like, wow, okay,
Was that uncomfortable?
very.
And to your knowledge, was it audible to the others at your table as well?
It was
Fair to say that Mark was not making a great impression at that point?
definitely not.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Lori eventually left the bar. Do you recall getting a text message from Lori, or let me back up. At what point would you say that you and Mr. Stevens left for Winona?
Like a time frame?
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you a time. I don't honestly know.
sure. It was 5 years ago. I get
Yeah,
that. But
yeah,
at some point, did you and Mr. Stevens leave together?
we did.
And where did you go?
We went back to Winona and went to the VFW.
Okay. And Lori and Mark had not gone with you at that point?
No,
Now, I get Exhibit 77, please. Lensky, I'm going to, it's been a long day. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 77. Does this look familiar to you?
it does.
And does that appear to be a series of photographs taken of your cell phone communications between you and Lori?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd ask to use the envelope.
No objection if you're asking.
Okay. It'd be published. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Stevens, it appears that Ms. Phillips's text messages are on the left and yours, Ms. Stevens, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ms.
It's okay.
And your text messages are on the right, is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like that Lori at about 10:07 p.m. texted you, quote, "Shit just got real. I'm deleting this message. Don't reply back," end quote. Do you recall receiving those text messages?
I do.
What was your reaction to that?
I knew that Mark typically went through her phone, so I respected her request and I didn't respond back immediately. But once I didn't hear back for quite some time, I was getting worried, so I just kind of played dumb and asked, "Where'd you guys end up going?"
Okay, and that we're getting to the next text here at 10:35. Said, "Hey, how are things? Where did you guys end up going?" End quote. Is it your testimony that you were kind of checking in on Lori at that point?
I was. I knew where they were going.
Okay. Why did you feel the need to check in on Lori?
because I hadn't heard from her and I was scared because of what had happened prior.
Okay, so going then to the text exchange after this, it appears that Lori texted you at 10:51. He just freaked again. He was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come at me around the truck, but I took off. I don't even know what to do. He has lost it tonight. He promised he would never touch me. He lied. Do you recall receiving that text message?
I do.
How did you react to that?
I was extremely worried at that point, wondering what exactly had happened, what he did, what she did, like what's going on.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to your response here as well. It appears that you texted in response, quote, "Lori, this isn't even okay in the slightest. Did he hit you? Are you okay?" End quote. Do you recall sending that text message?
I do.
Had the argument reached the point where you were concerned that it may have become physical?
I was.
All right. Now, Ms. Phillips described some more of what had happened throughout the evening to you throughout the course of these text messages. Is that fair?
Correct.
And do you recall Ms. Phillips coming back in to the dive bar after initially leaving with Mark earlier in the evening?
I do.
Is there anything about her that you noticed at that point?
She was very upset. If you knew Lori, she's usually pretty bubbly and happy, but she was extremely quiet and just withdrawn. And I think confused as to why it escalated the way it did.
Did you notice whether or not Lori was wearing only one earring?
I didn't notice that. She had told me, and that's when I noticed. I saw that it was missing.
Did you notice anything else about Lori that caught your attention when she came in after initially leaving the dive bar?
She had a broken fingernail, which I just kind of assumed was from something physical happening in the truck.
Okay. Now, did Lori want to talk very much at that point about what had happened with Mark in the truck?
She just told us that he had swatted the phone out of her hand when she was trying to call us to say she was coming back because she, I think, intended to come back so she could just come to Winona with us. And
Did you want to press Lori at that point for more details?
no, I felt like she kind of told me everything that I needed to know at that very moment.
Okay. Now, and is it fair to say that that was the point in the evening where you started to express some concern to Lori about whether or not she would be safe moving to Bismarck with Mark?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens, what was his condition at that point?
I mean, he was having cocktails right along with Mark and Lori,
Okay.
having fun.
Was Mr. Stevens fairly drunk at that point?
I mean, legally, yeah, probably.
Okay. Well, you've seen Mr. Stevens drunk before, right?
Yeah, I have.
Did he appear to be drunk?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to go through Exhibit 77 again here, and I'm going to go to this will be page 3 or 4, excuse me. Do you recall having a conversation with Lori around 11 p.m. or so, or 11:22 p.m., I guess, about her trying to find a hotel room for the evening?
I do.
And it looks like you expressed some support for that at 11:24 p.m. You said, "Don't be sorry, you know that we're here for you," right?
Correct.
And this was after Lori had told you some of what had transpired between her and Mark that evening.
Right.
Now, at what point Lori indicated to you that she had booked a hotel room for the wrong night? Is that correct?
She did.
And then when you asked her about what her plan was for the rest of the night, she said that she would sleep in her truck, right?
Correct.
What was your response to her saying that I'll just sleep in the truck?
I believe I told her, like, I can have my dad come get you. He lives in La Crosse, so I figured
Okay,
that might be best, so she's not stuck in a parking lot.
sure. At some point, did either you or Mr. Stevens, or was Mr. Stevens using your phone as well?
He did, yep.
And at some point, did one of you suggest that she go to Winona?
Objection leading.
All right, well, let's go to page, I'll rephrase. Go to page 5 of Exhibit 77. Do you recall this segment of the conversation that starts at approximately 12:14?
Yes,
For the record, I indicated on the Elmo, my finger. And would Lori have been welcome coming to Winona at that point?
absolutely.
And do you recall receiving Lori's response at 12:16 a.m., quote, "Me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks that I am coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine," end quote.
I do remember that.
Ms. Klinsky, when Lori was texting you that Mark had been physically abusive that night, how did you react to that?
I was pretty upset that that happened because it happened when it shouldn't have.
Now, at some point on February 23rd, did you learn that Mark had died?
That was the following morning.
Yes.
I did.
And what, if anything, did you do in response to learning that Mark had died?
I immediately asked Lori if she wanted me to come be with her so she wasn't alone, and just make sure that she was okay.
And did you go and be with Lori?
I did.
Did you end up, how much time did you spend with Lori that day?
I spent the night and I think most of the following day also.
At some point, did you notice anything about Lori when you were spending time with her after Mark had died?
You mean like emotionally?
Let's talk about physical appearance.
Sure. I did. There was a point where we were in her bathroom where she took off some of her clothing and showed me several bruises that were all over her body.
What was your reaction to seeing those bruises?
It was pretty upsetting to see that that happened to her.
And do you recall whether or not you suggested to Lori that maybe somebody take some photographs of that?
I honestly don't remember. I feel like in that moment I would have assumed that the police would have done that already since they had been there and left by the time I had gotten there.
Could you describe some of the bruising or injuries that you recall seeing?
I recall, the main one that I recall seeing was on either the back or side of her leg. And I remember vividly looking at that thinking, that's a footprint. Like it looked just like a footprint. I also remember seeing what looked like fingerprints on the back side of her arm. There was a breast bruise. I think there was up by her neck. There was also bruising.
And was it your assumption at that time that the police had likely already documented those injuries?
She already testified on that.
Yeah, it's been asked and answered. All right. Well,
So, yeah, it's already been answered, so go ahead.
okay. Got a couple of exhibits marked here. Ms. Klinsky, if I showed you some photographs of Ms. Phillips's injuries, do you believe that you would be able to identify some of them?
I would think so, yeah.
And Your Honor, I'm pretty sure I know what Attorney Zach is presenting, but could we get a copy of those?
While the state's doing that, Ms. Klinsky, how would you describe Lori's emotional demeanor after you arrived following Mark's death?
I would say she was in shock.
Did she appear to be sad or upset that Mark had died?
Very. It was hard to even get words out of her without her breaking down.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 520. Does this look familiar to you at all?
It does.
What does that look like to you?
That's the bruise that I mentioned that to me, it looked like a footprint.
And this is the bruise that you saw on Ms. Phillips on or about February 23rd of 2019.
Correct.
Offer Exhibit 520, Your Honor.
For the party's previous stipulation, no objection.
Received?
Publish.
Also no objection.
Okay. May publish?
And it's not showing maybe as clearly on the Alamo, but is this the bruise that you mentioned that you felt resembled a footprint?
Correct.
Your Honor, just given the lighting, I would move to publish this individually to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
Given the lighting, go ahead. While the jury's looking at that, we pull the Elmo out a little bit, maybe we won't get the reflection.
Thank you. Ms. Klinsky, I'm approaching with what's been marked as Exhibit 522. Does this appear to be a photo of a different injury on the leg?
It does.
Is that consistent with an injury that you observed on Lori on or about February 23rd of 2019?
It is.
Offer Exhibit 522.
No objection.
Received?
Publish.
Also no objection.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's a little bit lighter than the last one, correct? Your Honor, I guess just due to the shading here too, I'd move.
I mean, I think we can see them okay off the Elmo.
Okay.
If there's requests for them at a later date. For them at a later time. Okay. If there's, anyway.
Ms. Klinsky, did you also describe seeing some bruising to Lori's arms?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 521. Does that appear to be one of the injuries that you observed on Ms. Phillips on February 23rd of 2019?
It is.
Looks like there's some bruising as well.
Right.
Offer 521.
No objection.
Received?
Publish.
Go ahead.
Appear to be the photo that I just showed you.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 523. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
That is what I assumed was fingerprints.
And
In
can
the-
we see a face in this photograph?
You can,
Who is that?
Lori.
Does this appear to be consistent with injuries that you observed on Lori's bicep on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 523.
No objection.
We received.
The area on this photograph, as I'm publishing it on the Elmo now, does there appear to be visible bruising around her bicep that, in that photograph, Ms. Klinsky?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 524. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
A bruise.
Does that appear to be Lori in that photograph?
It is.
And does that appear to be a bruise on a different part of the arm, I guess,
Yes.
closer to her armpit?
Correct.
Is that how you observed Ms. Phillips on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 524.
No objection.
We received.
And Your Honor, I'll just say, there's no objection to any of the packet that Attorney Zachary has shown me.
I'm publishing now. Can we see that area of bruising kind of in the area adjacent to her armpit?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as Exhibit 525. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is that a photograph of?
Of a bruise on her breast.
Is that a bruise that you saw on Ms. Phillips's breast on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
Does this photograph fairly represent what you recall seeing on Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
And this has previously been admitted by stipulation. Judge, due to the sensitive nature of this one.
Oh,
I have no further questions, Ms. Klinsky. Thank you.
All right, Cross?
so Ms. Klinsky, during the first part of your testimony, you had indicated that you had heard Mr. Phillips screaming. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And that was throughout your time at the dive bar?
Not the entire time, not when we first got there, but shortly after, yes.
Okay. And of course, not the time when he wasn't there. People you've talked about were at the dive bar. You heard that after a certain period of time fairly consistently.
Correct.
And I guess, who else was at the dive bar with your table?
A friend.
Did you observe how they reacted to Mr. Phillips screaming?
All of us were kind of trying to kind of ignore it. It was the first time that they had met Mark, so they didn't feel like there was really a place to tell them to stop, but we were just kind of carrying on with our own thing, trying to focus on each other instead of their argument.
And you described the bar as pretty packed?
It was pretty packed, yep.
Oh, okay. So I guess, and you've been to the dive bar before,
Right.
about how many people do you think are in the bar? What is pretty
A
packed?
lot of people. I couldn't give you an exact, 150?
Was the drawing, was that at the dive bar or was that at Features?
The drawing that we were at was at the dive bar. I believe they were going to Features for a different drawing.
We're
after.
talking about two different drawings.
Right, there was one at Features that they were going to after the dive bar.
So I'm not asking you for
Yes,
more than 50 people.
yes.
Okay,
Yes, yeah, yep,
okay. At the dive bar.
at the dive bar.
500 people.
I wouldn't think,
Okay,
yeah,
so you think more than 100, less than?
quoted.
Given kind of I guess given the size of the bar, I mean, is it like, are there people everywhere? I mean, 150 people, does that question make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's several tables that are semi-close to each other. There's a bar
Okay.
that was full.
At some time, you testified that Mr. Phillips and Miss Phillips had come back in to the bar from the parking lot.
Right,
And that's when you were at the table.
yes.
And that's when Miss Phillips had told you about what happened in the parking lot.
I was actually, when they came back, I was outside and I witnessed what he was screaming at from the truck when she was getting out to come back. And then they both eventually came back inside when we were all back at the table.
Okay. I just want to understand your testimony. So when you're all at the table, that's when Miss Phillips told you additional details? Is that?
Right, when they were both back in the bar, Mark had walked away. And that's when she proceeded to tell Adam and I more of what happened, what got him so upset.
Okay. And that's when she showed you the broken nail or you observed the broken nail?
I believe I observed the broken nail. I did not observe the earring until
Okay.
she had mentioned that.
So she told you about the earring
Right, yep.
and you observed it on her left ear, that it was gone?
I believe it was her left ear. I'm not sure which ear it was. I just know that one ear was missing an earring.
Okay, but you observed it.
I did,
And she had like a hat on that night, right?
yes,
And she had like, I guess, I'm going to describe her hair as kind of shoulder length.
right.
So she had to pull her hair back to show you the earring that's missing. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So is your understanding that was all at the dive bar?
Yes,
Okay. When Miss Phillips texted you later at 10:51, and she had indicated that, Mr. Phillips, referring to him, had freaked again, you testified that. And do you remember about that?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
When Miss Phillips begins texting you later in the evening.
Yep.
She had indicated that Mr. Phillips freaked again.
Yes,
Okay. And that is in reference to he was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come to me around the truck. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. So at that particular juncture, you believe she's talking about what happened in the driveway. Is that accurate?
Accurate, yes.
Okay. And then there's some other texts that you told about? You testified about previously, texts that happened after that.
Right,
And then in reference to and then at 10:55, you remember getting a text that said he tried to pick. Do you agree that it was later a typo fixed to punch?
yes,
Okay, and Miss Phillips fixed that typo.
yes,
Okay. He tried to punch the window in on the truck. Then he got inside and grabbed my face and pushed me down in between the seats. My left earring is gone, if that tells you anything. Is it your understanding, based on what she had told you, that that was referring to the incident in the driveway?
Yes,
Okay. But she indicates there that my left earring is gone, if that tells you anything.
right,
And that's at 10:55.
right. But the
Okay.
earring was gone at the dive bar.
Okay, so she's retelling you the same detail?
Right, I believe so.
But that, in the detail about the earring, do you agree, based on everything you've testified, that that happened at the dive bar,
Yes,
from what you personally observed,
right,
not in the driveway?
right.
She had, I'm now moving a little bit previously to the earlier conversation. Ms. Phillips had texted you, he promised me he would never touch me. He lied. Is that other than this particular night, is that the first time Ms. Phillips has indicated that Mr. Phillips put hands on her, to you?
To me, yes.
Did you observe any of your, I guess, members of your family that you had talked about? Were they coming and going in the bar, or were they at the table the whole night?
They were coming and going.
And just to be clear, they, for whatever reason, didn't, I guess you didn't observe them do anything in response to Mark and Lori and what they had seen?
No,
You said that Lori had come with you to stay the night of February 23rd.
I went to stay with her.
So you stayed with her.
Right.
And where did you stay?
I stayed at their house. I slept on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you get there?
I don't remember the exact time. I know that it was maybe around noon, between noon and 2.
Okay, so noon, 12 o'clock to 2 p.m. that same day.
Yeah, yeah,
And you said she was quiet, withdrawn, and shocked. Did I hear that correctly?
right.
And she could barely say a word?
She was breaking down, just like in awe of what happened, just couldn't believe what had happened.
You began testifying regarding, having thoughts, assumptions, some concerns about Mr. and Mrs. Phillips. Do you recall that?
I do,
And part of those assumptions were about power and control.
correct.
And is it safe to say that your fear is that Mr. Phillips is controlling Miss Phillips?
Yes,
Okay. And that's a potentially scary thing, I guess, from your perspective, given what you personally have experienced as a survivor. Is that correct?
I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a survivor, but yes,
And in a power and control situation, somebody can feel like they're trapped. Is that correct?
absolutely.
And when they're trapped, I mean, you feel like you don't know what to do,
Right,
and you don't know who you can call.
right,
And you yourself are in a position of weakness where you can't get help.
right.
Knowing all of that and believing that in those assumptions, why didn't you try to intervene, call the police, and force the issue?
If you would like to know, honestly, what happened is the fact that Mark kind of put a divide in our friendship. So, which I hate saying because I loved him too. It's really tough to lose my best friend because of her relationship. But in the same aspect, she was starting a new relationship. I respected that, gave her her space. She wanted to be with Mark. That's fine. But it's not my place to try to intervene either, just based on assumptions. If I would have seen that he was beating her, I would have absolutely done something. but I unfortunately didn't see it prior to that, well, that day that I had gone to the house.
But to be clear, you had saw the cracked phone and the missing earring at the bar, right?
I saw the missing earring. I don't recall seeing a cracked phone. I remember hearing about a cracked phone, but I did not see a cracked phone.
Did you observe any blood or markings on her ear?
No,
So is then, am I understanding, so you didn't see abuse, is that your opinion?
at the dive bar, no. Verbal abuse, yes. Physical, no.
We've heard a lot of talk about, I guess, the moving to Bismarck thing. I just want to wrap that up. Are you familiar with, I guess, what the plan was moving to Bismarck?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
Mark was going to be leaving the following day, I believe, and then Lori was supposed to be leaving the day after Mark, which was, I think, a Sunday and then a Monday.
So is your understanding then that Mark was supposed to leave the following day,
Right.
being February 23rd or February 24th?
I believe it was the next day. I guess I don't know.
Sorry,
for certain.
that's a bad question and that's on me.
That's okay.
When you say the following day, are you referring the night at the bar, that
Yes.
following day?
Yes, the following day from the night at the bar.
Wait for a question to be asked and then answer it. If you cannot jump over answers, go ahead.
So the day following everybody meeting at the bar, that's when Mark was going to leave.
I believe so.
And Lori was going to go some other time.
The day after that. Yes.
So they were traveling separately.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Klinsky. I would move to release her from her subpoena.
Any-
No objection.
So you may step down and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. You need a break? Everybody a break, eh?
I would suggest we take a break. Judge.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll go from there. See you back. All right, everybody may be seated. And Mr. Zach, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Phillips will be testifying next.
Do solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat over here.
Alrighty. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lori Phillips?
Ms. Phillips, are you the widow of Mark Phillips?
I am.
I'm going to ask you some of the questions that we're all here to decide. At any point on February 22nd of 2019, did you have reason to believe that your husband, Mark, would die?
No,
Was that ever your intent?
no.
Let's talk a little bit about how you and Mark met. When did you meet?
Well, I've known Mark for many, many years, but I met back up with him in June of 2016.
What was happening in June of 2016?
And we were at I was at June Dairy Days with a friend and he went running by. Running by.
Okay, you kind of did a little. Okay, you kind of did a little roadrunner motion there.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So we were standing outside watching the band and Mark was running by, like going back into the bar or beer tent to see his friends, and he's like, as he always says, he was like, "Scrooge," like he stopped and he's like, "Oh, hey," and said hi.
The two of you strike up a conversation at that point?
We did.
Did that eventually lead to a romantic relationship with Mr. Phillips?
Yes, a few months later, yes.
Okay, so when approximately did the two of you start dating?
It was August of 2016.
And what was the beginning of your relationship like with Mark?
It was awesome. He was amazing. We just had so much fun together.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we would like watch TV together. We would cook together. I mean, we'd been known to dance in the kitchen together. Like we'd spend time with family and friends, hang out at the pool. I mean, we did a lot.
At the beginning of the relationship, were things pretty good with Mark?
They were awesome.
And at some point during that, after starting to date, did the two of you eventually move in together?
Yes.
When approximately did that happen?
So we got engaged in February, and I think I moved in March.
Okay, so a very fast progression of the relationship from beginning to date.
Very fast.
And when you moved in together, how would you describe your relationship with Mark?
It's great.
Were there days after your relationship progressed that things were not so great with Mark?
Yes, there were times.
What do you mean by that, Lori?
We had problems.
Were there points in your relationship when Mark specifically was not pleasant to be around?
Yes.
What points of the relationship were those?
Well, they would be if Mark was jealous over somebody. That's really the only problem we ever had.
Let's talk about Mark's jealousy. What did Mark look like when he was jealous?
He's very angry.
Could you describe that a little bit? What would Mark look like when he's angry or jealous?
Well, I mean, he would just be like yelling, screaming, sometimes becoming physically abusive.
And what kind of things would set Mark off and make him jealous?
If somebody looked at me, if there was somebody who was maybe I don't know if I want to say intimidated by, but maybe like he thought that they had some type of interest or something.
So are we talking about men here, Lori?
Yes.
And was that how Mark behaved right at the beginning of your relationship?
At the beginning, he was fine.
Is this something that happened as the two of you kind of settled in and settled into this pattern of dating?
Yes.
So let's talk about this. When Mark would get jealous, how could you tell?
Well, I mean, just by his tone of voice, he would create scenes. He would call me names.
What kind of names would he call you?
Slut, whore, things like that.
Is that fairly common?
It was.
And what kind of things would prompt Mark to call you names like slut or a whore? Would there be a particular triggering event?
Well, I mean, this only happened when he was drunk. We didn't argue when he was sober.
And let's talk about that. So have you seen Mark drunk in the past?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And do you feel like you would be able to recognize when Mark was getting drunk?
Yes.
Now, when Mark got angry, did he also get, or when Mark got jealous, would he also get angry?
Yes.
Would that anger typically be directed at?
Me. It was always me.
And what kind of things did he blame you for, Lori?
Well, he would think that I wanted somebody else or something. That would be his main thing.
Was that something that happened often where Mark would assume that you were interested in another man?
In his mind, yes. It was never true, but yes, in his mind.
Did that happen more than a few times, Lori, throughout the course of your relationship?
Yes.
So is something as simple as just another man looking at you, was that enough to set Mark off when he was drinking?
Yes, I would always get in trouble for that
You said you would get in trouble. Why do you say you would get in trouble, Lori?
because he took it out on me.
Because it was your fault whether another man showed you.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you have an impression as to whether or not Mark assigned fault to you or another person when another man paid attention to you?
The fault would always be mine.
Now, You mentioned some verbal abuse. How would that look like, Lori? I mean, you said that he would yell and scream and call you names. Would this be a short-term thing? Would he go on for a period of time? What would that typically look like when he would become verbally abusive?
Mark didn't drop things very easily. He continued. He would go on and on.
And is that something that you dealt with on a fairly consistent basis when Mark was drunk?
Oh, yeah.
Did Mark ever escalate the abuse from verbal to something else?
To physical?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you describe that for us, please?
I mean, specific instances or what?
Well, just generally speaking, what do you mean by the abuse turning physical?
So, I mean, he's pushed me before. He's choked me numerous times. He's grabbed me and like walked me around things.
Like forcefully grabbing you by the arm and walking you
Objection
someplace?
leading.
Sustained.
Could you describe how he forcefully walked you around?
Yes, he would grab my arm and, for instance, an actual instance, and walk me around the truck and basically shoved me into the truck.
Did that hurt when he would grab you and walk you around like that?
Yes.
And Lori, how did you feel about Mark when he was jealous and angry and upset with you about whatever his jealousy was at the moment?
How would I feel about him, did you ask?
Yes, how did that make you feel?
How did it make me feel when he was jealous?
Yes.
I mean, I didn't like it. I'm not sure
Sure.
what, I'm sorry.
Did his behavior ever reach the point where you were scared of him?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
And would that include both the verbal and the physical altercations?
Yes,
So you mentioned that these incidents tended to happen or tended to be worse when he was drinking. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Did this type of thing generally happen when Mark was sober?
Never, no, he was amazing when he was sober. Mark was the greatest guy. And that's one point I want to make clear.
When he was drinking, could he be a different guy?
100%.
Now, Lori, when Mark was drinking, would you behave differently around him in any respect?
Yeah, I mean, I would make sure to like check my surroundings to make sure that like I'm not going to run into any, I don't know, good-looking guys or something. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not going to upset my husband.
Okay. And was that something that you were just conscious of, that you were trying to avoid good-looking men?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know if they have to be good-looking or not, but just anybody, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put a halt to anything that could potentially happen, yes.
And Lori, was that a practice that you adopted after a number of these instances where Mark was taking his jealousy and anger out on you?
Objection. Frame of the question.
Try to reframe it.
Okay. Lori, why did you adopt this approach?
Okay, I'm sorry because I got all confused as to what
Sure.
happened. So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, before we do that, can we have a quick sidebar?
Lori, when you were out with Mark and he was drinking, did you always remain cautious of your surroundings to avoid triggering him?
Always.
Now, I want to talk about a few specific incidents leading up to this, and I want to bring you back to your birthday on January 19th of 2018. Is that in fact your birthday, Lori?
Yeah, what, January 19th, yes.
Yeah, not of 2018,
Yeah.
obviously. But did you have any plans for that day?
We did. we owned a party bus. So we hired a driver, designated driver to actually pick up, well, take some friends and family from Holman to Winona to pick up more friends and family to like go bar hopping.
Okay. And what's a party bus?
It was I believe ours was an old shuttle bus that they would do like a hotel airport shuttle bus like in the cities.
Is that just something that, or, in what ways would you use the party bus?
To take our friends around and go drinking.
Okay.
But we always had a designated driver.
Okay. So the plan was that you and your friends and family would all go out bar hopping?
Correct.
Where were you going to go out bar hopping?
We were in Winona.
And was Mark part of these plans?
Absolutely.
Now, did that end up being a fun evening for you, Lori?
In the beginning, yes,
At some point, did that change?
it did.
What changed?
We were at a particular bar, Mulligan's Bar, and the owner, which I happen to know, kind of said, we were leaving, Mark, we were all leaving, and he kind of like gave me like a little pat and said, "Happy birthday," right when we were walking out the door.
Okay, so you motioned with the palm of your hand, a little pat. Where did he pat you?
Like probably my shoulder blade or something.
Okay. Anything sexual or romantic about that touch, Lori?
No, not at all.
Okay. How did you react to being pat on the back?
I didn't think a thing about it.
Did you notice anything about Mark at that point?
Yes,
What did you notice about Mark?
Mark was pissed
Why do you say he was pissed?
because he started to make a scene after we left the bar. He was making a scene and yelling.
What kind of things was he yelling?
Same things he always does, that I'm a slut and a whore.
Did you have some sense as to why Mark was yelling at you that you were a slut and a whore at that point?
Well, I think he may have, I don't remember, but he may have said like something about letting some man touch me or something. I don't remember, but that's how I figured out what he was talking about.
Lori, did you see that as a proportionate reaction to what had happened with Dan at Mulligan's tapping you on the back?
Bless you, Fritz.
Bless.
No, it's her thoughts about whether it's proportionate. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see that as a proportionate or appropriate reaction to what had happened between you and Dan?
Was it appropriate?
Do you believe that Mark reacted appropriately?
No. He overreacted.
Now, at that point, was the argument over?
No.
What happened next?
We actually, so we had been leaving, we had walked out of Mulligan's, we got into the party bus and we went to our last bar at that time, which was the East End, which Matt Girac, who was here earlier, a bar that he bartends at.
Were you able to observe whether or not Mark was still upset at the point that you reached the East End bar?
East Side, yes.
East Side, my apologies. How could you tell?
Well, because he continued to argue and make a scene.
Still appeared to be angry to you?
He was angry, yes.
What, if anything, happened next?
Well, at one point, he like pulled me out of my chair. He tried to pull me out of my chair. I don't know if he wanted to talk or if he was trying to get me to leave. I don't know what he was, I don't recall. I don't remember, but at one point then he just took everybody that came from Holman and left.
Well, let's talk about when he was pulling you from the chair. Was he angry with you at that point?
Yes.
What kind of things was he yelling and was he yelling and screaming still?
Was he? Yes, he was.
Do you recall anything particular that Mark was yelling and screaming at you as he was trying to pull you off the chair?
I mean, it's going to be the same things. It's.
I'm asking specifically as to the East Side bar. Did Mark say anything in particular while he was grabbing you on the arm?
Probably let's go. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't.
Lori, is it fair to say that you're nervous testifying today?
Yeah, I am, yes.
You heard Mr. Girac's testimony about what Mark said.
Oh,
to
I'm
you?
sorry. Okay. Yes, I know what you're talking about. And I don't even know how this came into context, but he called me.
You can say the N-word, or just refer to it as the N-word.
He called me an N-word loving whore.
And was he doing anything to you while he was calling you that?
Well, I think that's when he was pulling me out of my chair.
What was your reaction to that, Lori?
Well, I didn't understand where that was coming from, but I mean, it was scary. I don't know what he was doing. It's,
Okay. Now, what happened next?
then he got his group of people and left.
Did you leave with them?
No, he left me behind
Were you the only one left behind, Lori?
from the party bus. Well, okay, from the people that came from home and on the party bus, yes.
Now, did you and Mark have a chance to chat about what had happened the next day?
We did what, I mean, I know that we had some text exchange,
And at any point, did Mark apologize to you?
of course.
Is that something that he did often after incidents like this?
He always apologized the next day.
Did you always accept his apologies?
I did,
Were you always willing to forgive Mark?
yes,
Why?
because I loved him.
Let's talk about August 3rd of 2018. Do you remember having plans with Mark that day?
Yes.
What were you supposed to be doing that day?
So that day I actually switched my shift so I could get done early. Mark and I were going to do what we called a date day. So I was going to get done at like 1, I want to say, and then Mark and I were going to just, the two of us, hang out in the pool together all day.
Okay, so kind of a special day that the two of you had planned?
Just the two of us, because normally we have people over in the pool.
All right. Why don't we walk through the day starting in the beginning? Do you remember interacting with Mark at all when the two of you got up?
Yeah, so I actually logged on and I worked at home. So I logged on to work and Mark actually went out to breakfast with his parents.
And was there anything about that that was notable to you?
Well, I mean, I think they met at like 7:30 a.m. And I know that Mark started drinking at that time.
Okay, where did they go for breakfast, if you recall?
Nutbush.
Okay, they do have great breakfast there, but what would Mark, were you familiar with what Mark would typically drink at Nutbush?
Well, normally at breakfast time, he would get a bloody with like a beer chaser.
So a Bloody Mary with a beer chaser?
Correct.
Was that typically all that Mark drank at breakfast?
Well, after the Bloody Mary and beer chaser, he would normally just order a bottle of beer.
Okay. At some point after breakfast, did you have a chance to interact with Mark?
Yes.
And did you notice whether or not he had been drinking at breakfast?
Well, I think he kind of threw it in my face that he had a good Bloody Mary. So while I was working.
All right. Now, what happened next?
So Mark was coming home and he said he had gotten a call from Mo, a guy that he works with, and said he had forgotten that he promised Mo that he would golf in a golf tournament that day.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you, Lori, how did you react to Mark saying that he was going to go golfing instead of spending the day with you?
I was super disappointed,
Okay.
but I told him I wasn't going to say no, he couldn't go, but I was hoping that if I said that he would make the rational decision and not go, since we did have plans.
Did he end up going golfing?
He sure did.
And is there anything about Mark and golfing that concerned you?
It was drinking beer all day.
Okay. Is that something that he typically did when he was out golfing?
Yes.
And did you have any chance to communicate with Mark throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, we were texting and calling for a portion of the day.
At any point, did you get the sense that Mark was beginning to become intoxicated?
Yes.
And did that concern you, Lori?
Yes.
Why?
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
Now, at some point, did the time of day get into the evening?
Yes. So, well, originally when he told me he was going to go golfing, he said he would come home. He'd be home by 4, which I already knew that wasn't going to be true. So I gave him to like 5 or 6 into when I started calling him, and that's when he started ignoring me. So yeah, I went into evening, and then he stopped answering my calls. So I ended up calling Mo to try and talk to my husband.
Okay. Did you get a sense that Mark was drunk from what you were able to observe?
Oh yeah.
And at some point, did it get later into the evening?
Yes.
Had you seen Mark by the time that you were ready to go to bed that evening?
No.
What was your impression of where Mark was or what he was doing at that point?
They were bar hopping.
Okay. And were you concerned that Mark had been out drinking all day?
Yes, since 7:30 in the morning, correct.
Did you take any steps in response to that when you were getting ready to go to bed?
I did. I locked the door
Why'd you lock the door, Lori?
because I didn't want any altercation.
You were worried that, is that something you were worried would happen if Mark came home in that condition?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you figure that Mark would do if you locked the door and locked him out?
Well, I would think that he would go sleep in the man cave. He's done that before.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the man cave. Does that have a couch or a futon or something where somebody can sleep on it?
It had actually a pretty large couch.
And you said that that's something that Mark's done before, that he's passed out in the man cave?
He has.
All right. Did you end up sleeping through the night that evening, Lori?
No.
Why not?
Because Mark came home, I want to say he came home at like 11:30 at night, somewhere around there, somewhere 11:30. I can't remember what time it was. But he was locked out, so he started pounding on the bedroom windows.
Did you have a chance to observe Mark at any point while he was pounding on the bedroom windows?
I don't know if I looked out the windows, but I mean, I obviously heard him.
And what was your impression of whether or not Mark was drunk or sober at that point?
He was, I'm going to say he was like annihilated. He was drunk.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at some point he called his parents over, and I mean, I guess I should say that the house that we lived in was Mark's, but under his parents' name.
Now, did you want to let Mark in when he was in that condition?
Absolutely not.
Did Mark eventually end up getting into the house?
He did.
How did that happen?
He broke down the back door.
Did you physically see the remains of the door after it had been broken down?
I did.
And what's the first contact you remember having with Mark inside of the home at that point?
Well, he and his mom and his dad all like ran through the house into the bedroom where I was laying.
What in particular did you notice about Mark when he ran into the bedroom?
He ran over around the other side. So our bed is here, and they come in this door, and I was laying over here. So he ran over here. His parents stayed over here.
Did anything concern you about the location where Mark ran to?
Yes.
What concerned you about that?
Well, because he ran over and lunged for something.
All right. And when you say lunge, do you mean that he was lunging with an arm, with a hand grasping for something?
Correct.
Where was the hand lunging towards?
Well, we have a safe, and there was a loaded gun laying on the safe.
Is that something that was typically there?
Yes.
And what was your impression of what Mark was lunging for when he ran into the room?
The gun.
Did Mark end up grabbing the gun?
No.
Now, Lori, did you take any action in response to Mark breaking down the door and lunging towards that safe where the gun was?
I did. I called the police.
Why did you call the police?
Because my husband was drunk and running for a gun, and he was upset.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Of course I was.
All right. At some point after the August 3rd of 2018 incident, did you and Mark end up breaking up?
After the August 3rd, yes.
And did you end up moving to a different location at some point, Lori?
I did. I moved into an apartment on Alaska.
Do you remember what the address was?
Yep, it was 518 Quincy Street, apartment number 1.
Now, after you and Mark broke up, did Mark leave you alone?
No,
Why do you say that?
because he used to break into my apartment when I wasn't home. And when I was home.
Okay. Let's talk in particular about one of those incidents. You mentioned that Mark, there was a particular incident where Mark broke into your apartment in Alaska. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not you had been talking to Mark in some form earlier that day?
Well, I mean, I believe we were texting.
And did you have some sense, Lori, as to whether or not Mark was upset during your exchanges?
He was upset.
What, if any, steps did you take in response to that?
So I actually had a deadbolt as well as a lock on the door handle. I locked them both. And not knowing if he was going to come over or not, I actually took a chair and I propped it up to the door to do an extra step of security so that Mark couldn't get through.
Well, let's talk about that. What kind of chair was this?
I have a high top kitchen table, so they're higher chairs.
Like a higher backed chair or like a stool?
I think they call them like pub tables maybe, that they're just taller, and so the chairs are taller as well.
Is this something you'd ever done before, Lori, propping up a chair underneath your doorknob to prevent it from being kicked in?
No,
Was there something about your interactions with Mark where you had the sense that things were not going to go well?
I had a feeling that he was going to come over, yes.
Now, Lori, did you end up going to bed that evening?
I did.
And when you went to bed, was your door still locked and secured with that high back chair?
It was, yes.
What do you recall happening next?
I heard a big crash, like a big something. And then I just heard somebody run through my apartment and run into the bedroom and jump on top of me.
Did you get a sense of who that was jumping on top of you?
It was, I was going to say my husband. He wasn't my husband at the time. He was my fiance. Maybe boyfriend, I guess. I don't know if we had broke up. I don't remember.
It was Mark Phillips.
It was Mark. I'm sorry. Yes.
And what was Mark doing when he jumped on top of you?
Choking me.
Could you breathe?
Not well, no.
How did that feel, Lori, when Mark broke into your apartment in the middle of the night, jumped on your bed and began choking you?
It was terrifying. It was scary. You don't expect to be assaulted in your own bedroom by somebody you love.
Did Mark let up at some point?
I mean, he must have. He had to have.
What would you do, or how would you deal with Mark when he was this angry and this out of control?
I mean, I guess my best word I'd use is I'd submit to him.
What did submitting to Mark look like?
I mean, if he's like coming over to say, hey, I know you want so-and-so or something, I would just like be like, no, Mark, it's not true. Like, I would just make sure that he knew what his thoughts were not true, or just kind of just give in to.
Whenever he is in one of these moods?
Yes.
Now, Lori, at some point, did you and Mark end up getting back together and moving into the house in Holman?
Yes.
And did Mark's behavior get any better during that time frame after you moved back in?
I mean, we still had issues. There was still some more incidents.
And I want to talk a little bit about that. Were you still scared of Mark?
Not when he's sober, never when he's sober, but if he was ever intoxicated, yes.
Were there times that Mark would get intoxicated after you moved back in?
Yes.
And were there times when Mark got intoxicated that the two of you would argue?
Yes.
And I want to talk in particular about a time after you moved back in. Do you remember having an argument with Mark after he'd been drinking at night?
I believe I know which one you're talking about. If I'm sleeping in the other room,
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember what the argument was about?
I have no idea. I mean, I can just imagine it was some jealousy thing.
So after Mark, and was Mark drinking that evening?
Yes, that evening, yes.
So what did you do when the two of you started arguing?
I decided to move into the spare bedroom and sleep there for the night.
What happened next?
I woke up to Mark coming in the room. I don't know the time or anything. Like, I don't even know if there's a clock in that room. But it was dark out. And I woke up to the door opening, and Mark just stood in the doorway.
What was your perception of what was happening right then, Lori?
Well, because he just stood there and I didn't know what he was doing. So my mind started racing, and I honestly believed that he was holding a gun and that he was going to shoot me.
Had you reached that point in your relationship that you believed that your husband was capable of killing you?
Yes.
Lori, did you have some general idea that others were concerned for you at that time frame?
Yes.
And at the time, were you willing to listen to their concerns?
I mean, I listened to them, but in my mind, I had everything under control.
In hindsight, do you believe that you actually had everything under control?
No.
Now, were there points in your relationship that you were isolated from being able to seek out a support system?
Yes.
Particular to your cell phone, were there points in time where you would be denied access to your telephone?
To my telephone? Well, anytime we were in an argument, Mark would take my phone away from me.
Was that fairly frequent?
He always took when we were arguing, he always took my phone from me.
Is there another time where you believe that you had been isolated in the course of your relationship from sources of support?
Yes.
What are you referring to with that?
So Mark and I had an argument, and for some reason he went downstairs in the basement, which I was like, there's nothing down there in the basement. We don't even go down there. So I thought that was odd because I'm up there talking downstairs to Mark. And then he came back up and he left. I want to say he left to go to, well, I was going to say Bismarck, but I bet you he was working in the cities then. And he left. He had my phone. And so I just went to log into work and I couldn't log in.
What kind of work were you doing at the time, Lori?
I was working at Mayo Clinic in Human Resources
Did you work remotely typically?
all the time, yeah.
Did you rely on internet access in order to work in that time frame?
Yes.
What did you do when you went to log in?
Well, I went to log in and I was unable to log in. I couldn't get the internet up.
Did you take any steps in response to that?
Yes, so I called our internet provider, and they couldn't get there till the next day. So
Let me ask you this. How were you able to call the internet provider if Mark had your telephone?
that's a good question. So I don't know how I contacted them. That's a really good question.
What did,
Somehow I did. I don't know.
what did you do in terms of work that day if you were unable to log in?
Well, I don't think I was able to, unless if that's the day I actually drove to Rochester. So I ended up having to drive to Rochester because I couldn't log in.
Okay.
That either that day or the next day. I unfortunately, it was like over 5 years ago.
Did the internet issue ever get resolved?
It did.
And what was your impression as to the cause of the problem with the internet?
They advised that the line was intentionally cut in the basement.
Mark was the only person who had been in the basement?
Correct.
How did that make you feel, Lori, when Mark would take your telephone, cut off your access to internet, cut off your access to sources of support?
Well, I mean, I was completely isolated and we lived, if I can, like out in the boonies. Like if something were to happen, I don't know what I would have done.
So, Lori, I got to ask you, after all of these red flags and warning signs, why did you keep coming back to Mark?
Because I loved him.
Do you acknowledge in retrospect that the relationship was unhealthy for the two of you?
Today, yes. Today I can acknowledge it, yes.
At the time, do you think that you were able to see exactly how toxic things were?
At the time, no.
Were there points in time, Lori, that you would minimize or justify Mark's behavior towards you because you loved him?
Always. I always did that.
Now, the two of you eventually got married. When did that happen?
December 29th of 2018, sorry.
And did Mark's behavior, the angry, jealous behavior, stop after the two of you were married?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about what your future plans were. We've heard a little bit about a move to North Dakota. Was that going to happen in February of 2019?
Yes.
And what was the reason for the move?
Mark's job.
Did Mark get a different position?
He maybe probably took over the North or the Bismarck, maybe manager, possibly. I don't know. He's worked in Bismarck previously, and it was a good sales job for him out there.
Okay. How did you feel about going to Bismarck, Lori?
Well, I mean, it meant that I was leaving everything behind.
Did you see any silver lining or positive aspects to going to Bismarck?
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about how if we got away from like everybody around home in Winona, that we would have a new start.
Is that something that you believed would happen if you were just in a totally new environment, that you'd be able to start over, so to speak?
I believe that, yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the home itself. I'm going to get an exhibit marked. Lori, I'm off for 526.
I just want to, is that a different exhibit than the aerial photo we had earlier?
It's a little bit more enlarged.
Oh, no objection. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss something.
Any objection being received and,
No.
okay, be received and published.
Publish. All right. Lori, I'm publishing the exhibit. Do you recognize this overhead photograph?
Yes,
And I just want to go through some of the points of interest on the photograph, so to speak. Was this where you and Mark had lived prior to February of 2019?
yes.
All right. So I am pointing to a large structure in the middle of this photograph. What is that?
Oh, sorry, I was looking over there. That's the house.
All right. And how many doors did that house have? Or how many exterior entrances or exits?
Well, there was a front door and a back door.
Which door did you use more frequently?
The back door.
All right. And where is the back door in relation to this photograph?
So the back, yep, right back there. Yep,
Where I'm pointing the laser pointer right now?
correct.
Okay. And I see there's a structure behind the house. What is that?
That's the man cave.
And is that what you were describing earlier, where Mark had some couches and a television and other things out there?
Yes.
What is this over here?
So on the right is the 2-car garage and on the left is the 1-car garage.
What did you have in the 2-car and the 1-car garages?
Well, the 1-car garage was like storage and the 2-car garage we used, so the Outback, the car was in there. And when we had the Camaro, when it wasn't in storage, the Camaro would be in there too.
Okay. And you said that you would usually park the Outback. Is that a Subaru Outback?
Correct.
Who would typically drive the Subaru Outback?
Well, I mean, it was new. I mean, so when I bought the truck in December. When we bought the truck, we traded in my Cadillac. So I lost my car and took over the Subaru in December then. So me.
So the Subaru had been Mark's previously, though?
Yes, yep.
All right. And you said that you would park the Subaru typically inside of that 2-car garage. Did I
Yeah, on
say
the
that?
right side, on the right side.
Okay. Where would the truck typically be parked once you and Mark purchased that?
The truck would always be parked in between the man cave and the house.
All right, and I'm using the laser pointer. Is that approximately the area where the truck would be parked?
Correct.
All right, and I noticed that you have a horseshoe type driveway here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a particular driveway that you would go into or out of when you were driving in and out of the property?
Me or Mark or in general?
Let's start with you. Was there a particular driveway that you tended to use?
I always used I think that they're calling this one W, the one on the left. Is that W?
I'm going to hand you the laser pointer. Why don't you point out the one that you're using?
This is the one that I usually drive up, right here.
And did that matter which direction you were coming from, which driveway you tended to take, Lori?
I mean, I think I always use that one. If we're coming from West Salem, Mark would take this one, but I think I still take this one.
Okay. And who typically drove the Dodge Ram pickup truck after the two of you purchased it?
Mark.
How many times would you say that you had actually driven that pickup truck?
Maybe 3 times. It was too big for me. It wasn't my thing. It was Mark's thing. It was a big truck.
Let's talk about the difference. Could you describe some of the differences between the Subaru that you typically drove and the Dodge Ram?
Yeah, well, the Dodge Ram was much bigger. Mark ended up getting like the step-up things. I don't know what they're called to get into the. Otherwise, he'd always have to push me in because it was too high for me to get up. The whatever it's called.
So the rail on the side of the truck?
To step up into the truck, yes. We had to get those. I don't know why they didn't come with the truck, but we had to have that installed.
So those steps that we've seen in the previous exhibits in this case on the truck, was that something that Mark had installed after the truck was purchased?
Correct.
All right. And those steps you mentioned were because the truck was high enough that you couldn't get yourself up there ordinarily?
To try to hike myself up, correct. He was, honestly, I swear, he would push me in to help me up there.
Sure. So let's describe the house a little bit itself. How many floors did it have?
Well, I mean, it had the basement, which nobody ever went into, the main level, and then an upstairs.
Where was the master bedroom that you shared with Mark?
The master bedroom was on the main level,
And how many bathrooms did the house have?
one.
Where was that at?
The middle of the house, I would say.
Was that on the main
Oh,
level?
main level, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Now, I noticed a structure in the back here behind the garages at the very north end of the photo. What is that?
That's a barn.
Okay, what happened in the barn?
Mark stored things. We did a lot of like crafting, like making tables and stuff like that. Just, we did some crafting down there, but like I want to say his lawnmower and maybe UTV, ATV were down there.
Okay. Lori, there was reference to a hot tub. Does the hot tub appear in this photograph at all?
No, the pool nor the hot tub are in this photo.
All right, let me give you the laser again. Could you point out where the pool and the hot tub were?
Yep. So the deck went here, the pool would have been right here, and then the hot tub was on the deck next to the pool.
So behind and adjacent to the man cave?
Correct.
There was some testimony about security cameras. Were you aware of home security cameras at the house?
Yes,
How many cameras were you aware of at the house?
3.
And generally speaking, let's talk about the location of where those viewed. Can you point that out to me, please? Let you keep this.
Okay. So there was one, well, he moved them often, but from 2019, there was one that was approximately here. There was one that was here, and then there was one over the hot tub going down to the barn. Could you hear me?
Okay, so for the record, Ms. Phillips indicated with the laser pointer that there was one on the west side of the house, approximately in the middle, intersecting the western side driveway. There was one camera that appeared to be on the north end of the house over the back entrance. And then there was a third on the barn facing towards the structure where the pool and the hot tub would be. Did I get that correctly?
Well, it wasn't on the barn. I mean, it was facing the barn.
Okay.
It was up on the deck.
All right. Who put those cameras up, Lori?
Mark,
And generally speaking, how did those cameras function?
well, I mean, we would get we would get alerts to our phone. So
Okay, so what would cause the camera system to alert in your experience?
any passing by, any, what's the word? Sorry.
So motion.
Motion. Thank you.
And were you able to control the settings of the camera on your cellular telephone?
Yeah, we were. I know that Mark had changed there were like cats and stuff that could walk by and set it off. So he had just changed it a little bit so it wouldn't be so.
You were looking for cars and people?
Yes.
All right. Did Mark have a preference as to whether or not the cameras remained on and functioning when you were home and he was on the road?
He wanted them on at all times when he was on the road.
Was that something that you were personally aware of, Lori?
That he wanted them on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the time frame leading up to February 21st of 2019. Was there anything going on that was causing those cameras to alert in any respect?
Yeah, okay. So Mark was actually leaving. Hannah was almost correct. Mark was actually leaving on Sunday. I want to say it was Sunday. So we were actually selling things out of the house, like in the marketplace. So we had a number of people coming in and out buying things.
What's the marketplace? What does that mean?
Sorry, like Facebook Marketplace. So we were selling like furniture and stuff like that.
So it's like Craigslist, but on Facebook?
Correct.
And at some point, did that cause the camera system to start alerting frequently?
Very frequently, yes.
Are you aware of whether or not somebody turned the cameras off as a result?
Mark did.
All right. Now, Lori, did you have anything at the home in preparation for your move during this time frame?
Yes. So there was a big trailer that was parked by the 1-car and 2-car garage. Parked.
I'm pointing with the laser pointer here. Is that the approximate an area where the trailer was parked?
Correct, facing, so it would have been facing the house. So all along the garages.
And let's talk a little bit about the setting in February of 2019. Had it snowed at all that year?
Yes.
How did you and Mark take care of snow whenever it snowed on your property?
So Mark hired somebody, but he also, I know his brother helped us once in a while, and I know that when Mark was home, Mark would do it, but when he was gone, he hired somebody to come through with a plow.
Okay, it's a large enough driveway, obviously, where you weren't hand shoveling it, is that correct?
Correct.
Where did the snow go once it was plowed on that driveway?
On each side of the driveway.
Into a large snowbank?
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about February 22nd of 2019. You and Mark had plans that evening?
We did.
What were those plans?
We were going to meet my friends Hannah and Adam out for dinner.
What was the occasion for that?
It was like it was a meal before, well, Mark was leaving, like I said, on Sunday, and I was leaving actually Thursday.
Okay. Were Adam and Hannah friends that you were close with?
Yes.
So what was the plan then for dinner?
We were meeting, I want to say Mark and I got there early. I want to say we got there at like 4:10, and Adam and Hannah maybe got there around 4:30, so early.
Is there a reason you went out so early?
Well, I thought it was because Hannah was meeting up with her family at 7.
Okay. But it was to accommodate plans that Hannah had or that you're aware of?
Yep.
All right. Where did you go to dinner at?
Sloopy's.
How did you get from your home to Sloopy's?
Mark drove the truck.
Was that typical that Mark would drive the truck whenever the two of you would go out together?
Yes.
Was it typical for you to drive at all when you and Mark were going out together?
No.
So let's talk about the dinner at Sloopy's. Could you describe that for us a little bit?
Well, I know that we had wings and pizza. I don't know how they forgot that.
And anything of note happen at the dinner?
No.
No drama?
None.
Did anybody have anything to drink at the dinner?
Yes.
Was Mark drinking that you were able to recognize?
Yes.
At that point, at the end of the dinner at Sloopy's, did you believe that Mark had been getting drunk?
No. I mean, I knew he was drinking, but he was fine.
Sure. And Lori, I want to clarify something. When you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, do you have a distinction, I guess, subjectively between drunk, buzzed, intoxicated?
Well, I mean, I would say buzzed. I mean, if you're asking me with regard to Mark, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking or not, but like
Yes.
buzzed Mark is a fun Mark. Drunk Mark is not a fun Mark.
Okay. There is a distinction between those, at least subjectively, right?
Correct.
Okay. So at some point, did you decide that you wanted to go to another location? Let me rephrase. At some point, did you and Mark end up going to a different location?
We did. We went to a place called the Dive Bar in South La Crosse.
How did you come to that conclusion to go to the dive bar?
That's where Hannah and Adam were going. Hannah was meeting her family there, so we decided to tag along.
Was there any particular reason that you decided to tag along to the dive bar?
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a drawing, so we were all over that. It was like for $1,500 or something.
Okay. How did you get from Sloopy's to the dive bar?
Mark drove.
Had you ever been to the dive bar before that point?
I'd never even heard of it before.
All right. Once you got to the dive bar, did you notice whether or not Mark was drinking alcohol?
Yes.
At some point, did you notice that Mark appeared to be getting into that zone where you would describe him as drunk?
After a conversation, yes.
And did it concern you, Lori, that Mark appeared to be getting drunk?
Well, of course.
And it's going to sound like a redundant question at this point, but I have to ask you why.
Because Mark turns into a different person when he's drunk.
All right. Now, after you got to the dive bar, did anything happen that caused you concern?
Yes. I saw Mark talking to a guy named Scott Cundy.
Who's Scott Cundy?
He's just a friend. He's somebody that we both know.
How long have you known Mr. Condi for?
Oh my goodness. 30 some years probably.
Okay. And what about Mark's conversation with Scott Condi caused you any concern?
So when he was, so I walked over by them because I'm like, is that Scott? And he said, yeah. So I walked over and talked to them, and Scott said, oh, hey, he said, Terry LaFleur is coming. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he's like, well, I knew you'd know him. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What does that mean? I said, I've never been with Terry. What does that mean? Because I knew immediately Mark was on high alert.
Okay, so let's back up and break that down a little bit. Who's Terry LaFleur?
Again, just somebody I know from being born and raised in La Crosse.
Did you ever have any interactions with Mr. LaFleur when you were younger? Let me break that up. Did you ever work with Mr. LaFleur as a part-time bartender?
Oh, I guess I didn't realize it at the time, but yes, that's how Scott was referring. That's the reason I knew him, correct? Is because we used to bartend together at Ghost Chapter 2.
How long ago was that, before 2019?
Oh my goodness. So it was before I was pregnant. My son's going to be 30 next month. So before I was pregnant with him.
Okay, so a long time before that evening in 2019 is when you and Mr. LaFleur worked together?
Correct. And I didn't even realize that we worked together. So I don't know. I mean, he just said he was a bartender at Chapter 2. I don't know that he was when I worked there, but
So, Lori, were you and Mr. LaFleur ever romantically involved?
no.
So when Mr. Condi said that he knew you would know Terry LaFleur, you described your reaction as, whoa, 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 what does that mean? Why did you react that way to an innocuous remark about Terry LaFleur?
Because I knew that Mark paid very close attention to that.
Did you notice any changes in Mark's demeanor when Mr. Condi mentioned Terry LaFleur?
Well, yes, but I don't know that it wasn't because he mentioned Terry. It had nothing to do with Terry, I wouldn't say. It's the fact that Mark became jealous over somebody he thought was coming to see me.
So at some point, or after going, whoa, 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 what does that mean? I've never been with Terry. Did Mark accept your explanation and move on from the subject?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, instead, he started making a scene and, of course, calling me names again.
So when you say he's making a scene, what do you mean by that, Lori?
Well, he was just like yelling and, again, like calling names. And when he yells and stuff, he's using, he makes a scene and he doesn't care that he makes a scene.
Is that something that's easy to calm Mark down from when he starts making a scene over things like this?
No.
What kind of things was he yelling during this initial time frame when he was making a scene?
It was like, oh, you just love all this attention. You just want to, I apologize. You just want to fuck Terry.
Was he saying this in a joking manner or some other way?
No, he was not. He was not joking around.
How is he saying that? What was your impression of Mark's mindset at that point?
He was pissed. He's like, you just want to fuck Terry. I know you do. He's coming here just to see you. Like, again, my fault.
Was he calling you names during this time frame too?
Yes.
What kind of names?
The normal slut, whore.
Now, during this time frame, what were you trying to do with Mark when he was calling you a slut and a whore and saying that you wanted to fuck Terry LaFleur?
I tried to tell him that there was absolutely nothing going on, that there was no way that he was coming to see me. He heard Scott say that Terry was coming. So Mark's mind went to, Terry's coming to see you. Not that they had already had plans. That is my impression, that they already had plans and Terry was coming. And Scott, just plain as day, just happened to say Terry's coming, and that he knew that I knew him.
Is this the typical type of misunderstanding that could happen when Mark was drunk and jealous, that he would assume an innocuous reference to a man like Mr. LaFleur meant that he was coming over there to have sex with you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's in his mind. That's where his mind goes, yes.
Now, I do want to show you a couple of clips of video from the dive bar here as to when Mark was making a scene.
Can I ask, is this 507 that you're using?
Yes, it's labeled dive bar video. This is the bar room facing camera. All right, and the camera stopped at looks like 24 minutes and 1 second. Lori, it's a little bit difficult here to see, but am I pointing at where Mark is right now?
Yes, yes,
And would you be the blonde head of hair hidden behind the woman over there?
yes, I'm in front of Hannah with the hat on.
And that's my next question here. Who am I pointing at right now?
That's Hannah Klinsky.
And we have some other people at the edge of the table. Who are these people?
So that's Hannah's family, and I guess one family friend.
All right. And I'm going to play this or have this video played from 24 minutes and 1 second to 27 minutes, and then we'll talk about it when the clip is over. All right, we're stopped at 27 minutes. Lori, do you see Mark, I guess, gesturing and talking during that video?
Yes,
Does that appear consistent with when he was, as you described it, making a scene?
yes,
And do you recall what the topic of conversation was when Mark was gesturing and speaking during that video?
Well, I mean, it would have been Terry LaFleur.
All right. And during that time frame, it appeared that Mark was yelling as he was coming towards you. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
We had somebody arrive in the table in the middle of that clip, a gentleman wearing a ball cap there. Who's that?
That's Bob Klinsky, Hannah's dad.
And we have, looks like Mr. Stevens arrived as well. Is he the gentleman sitting next to you?
Yeah, he came from the bathroom or something, and he's sitting next to me.
All right. Now, is this one of those moments during the night where it was described as everyone was kind of trying to ignore what was going on between you and Mark?
I mean, that's my impression, yes.
And the gentleman who comes up to you, who did you say that was?
Hannah's dad, Bob Klinsky.
And what's your recollection of what happened at that moment?
I don't remember what he said, but I think that he wanted to make sure everything was okay. And it seemed to me that he looked at Mark like he wanted to be like, hey, bud, let's cut it out type thing. But I mean, that's my perception. I don't remember. I mean, he could have just been, I think that Bob was really just trying to help.
Okay. Did Mr. Klinsky's intervention end up causing Mark to drop the topic of Terry LaFleur at any point?
No.
All right. And since this is a difficult to manage video, I'm going to jump ahead to another point here in a moment. But Lori, was this the last time during the evening where Mark was yelling and screaming at you at the bar about his impression that you wanted to have sex with Terry LaFleur?
No, I don't think so.
Did that happen throughout the night?
It did.
All right. Next, from the same clip from 2 hours, 18 minutes, 00 to 2, 1 and 10 seconds. Let me know when it's queued up. Now, Lori, this is, just to clarify, this is, the next clip is going to be after the two of you returned to the dive bar after initially leaving, okay? So not to throw off your timeline here, but Ms. Witzke, let me know when you're ready. All right, let's play that clip. Thank you. And we are stopped at 2 hours, 20 minutes and 10 seconds. Ms. Phillips, was this another encounter where Mark appeared to be upset with you during the evening at the dive bar?
Yes,
And did it look to you like he was yelling and screaming at you?
yes,
And was his hand gestures and his expressions similar to how Mark was behaving that evening when he was upset and angry with you?
yes.
Now, we can take the video down, thank you. Lori, let's talk a little bit about the first time that you left the dive bar. And I'm going to preface this by saying that it's almost 5 years after the fact. Do you remember how many times you went in or went out of the dive bar that evening?
No,
But at some point, did you and Mark talk about, or at some point, did the two of you decide that you would leave the dive bar and go someplace else?
yes. So we had talked about getting out to Holman. Holman had features, had another drawing as well. So I was like, well, maybe we could just go there to get away from all of this stuff here.
All right. So did anything noteworthy happen while you were leaving the dive bar?
Yeah, so when we were leaving the dive bar, we went outside and Scott Cundy was out there. And he said, come here, I want to show you something, and walked us over to a car.
Who was in the car?
Terry LaFleur and what I believe to have been his wife or girlfriend. I don't know who she was.
There was a woman out there.
Yes.
And what was your reaction to Mr. Cundy taking you over there and showing you Terry LaFleur?
I mean, it was awkward, whereas I was like, hi, it was just an awkward encounter.
Was Mark with you at that point?
He was until he said, I'm going to go get the car, or I'm going to go get the truck.
Okay. How long would you estimate that Mark was gone for?
He just walked right around the corner. He was in the parking lot still, so he just got the truck and came right back. So, like 30 seconds. He wasn't gone long at all.
So what happened when Mark got back with the truck?
When Mark got back with the truck, then everybody, like Terry and his friend, got out of the truck as well as Scott, and all walked over to Mark's truck.
Okay. Anything happened at that point when everyone walked over to Mark's truck?
I think they were just talking. I think they were probably even talking about the truck. It was a guy thing.
How long would you say that you were out there by the truck for?
Not long.
What happened next?
We left.
Now, as you were leaving, did you say anything to Mark?
Yeah, well, I said, well, tonight was fun, type thing like that. And he completely disagreed with that statement
Why do you say that Mark completely disagreed with that statement?
because he was angry.
How do you know that?
Because all he wanted to do was fight. He was angry and wanted to argue about the whole Terry LaFleur thing.
So what kind of things was he saying about Terry LaFleur during this car ride?
That he knows that I want to fuck him.
Was he continuing to call you some of the same names?
Yes,
Did he appear to be angry throughout this encounter?
yes.
And did Mark calm down at all during this car ride?
No,
Lori, was Mark's anger at that point, did it scare you in any respect?
absolutely.
Did you take any action in response to being scared of him?
Yes, I actually asked him if he would take me back with my friends so that I could get a safe ride home with them.
Do you recall calling Mr. Stevens on the way back?
Honestly, until I heard Adam say that, I had forgotten about that part
Okay. Now, why did you want to be brought back to the bar?
because I didn't feel comfortable with yes, I can say my husband at that time because I didn't feel safe with my husband.
Okay. Did Mark agree to take you back?
Yes, which I was shocked.
So let's walk through this step by step by the when you come back. Where did Mark park when he brought you back to the dive bar?
Front row, very first spot when you come out the door.
What happened once Mark parked the truck?
He jumped over on top of me.
Describe that. What do you mean that he jumped over on top of you?
He left his seat, jumped over on top of me, and jumped on top of me and put me in a chokehold again.
Well, let's break that down a little bit. You said that he's actually physically on top of you.
He was actually physically on top of me, yes.
Could you feel part of his body on top of you causing you any pain?
Yeah, well, ended up realizing it later, but I believe it was all of his weight on his elbow is what caused the bruise that would have been seen only by the jurors.
The bruise on your breast?
Correct.
And was Mark saying or doing anything when he jumped on top of you?
Yes, he was calling me all kinds of names and did the same thing over and over all night long, that he knew I wanted to sleep with Terry.
And you said that Mark put you in a chokehold. Describe that for us.
It was like an arm bar. So it wasn't like this. It actually wasn't with like his hands. It was he was doing his arm bar.
So you're indicating with his forearm, was that forearm across your windpipe?
Correct.
And did that make it difficult for you to breathe when Mark had his forearm across your windpipe?
Yes.
Is that something that he's done before with you?
Yes.
And how did you feel, Lori, when Mark was on top of you, on his weight all on top of you, choking you, and screaming about Terry LaFleur?
I was scared. I was terrified of him.
Had you ever seen Mark get this aggravated about an innocuous comment about some other man?
Never to this point, no.
So what happened next?
I mean, well, okay. To the point where he got off of me, or to the point?
So let's break it down a little bit here and talk about, did Mark grab your head at any point?
So he was like forcing, with the chokehold, he was like forcing, so my head was against, well, I was like in between the two seats, the truck seats. But I'm sure that that's when like my earring ripped out because he was holding my head down.
So he's sitting on top of you, kind of like a position now, with his elbow down, his forearm across your throat.
Correct.
Were you able to get up on your own power at that point, Lori?
Not with it until he got off of me, no.
Have you ever been able to fight Mark off when he gets like that?
Not when he's on top of me, no. With all of his weight, no.
Now, what caused Mark to get off of you, if you're aware?
I mean, I don't remember. I don't remember him. I don't know how it ended. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay. When Mark got off of you, did anything happen in the car before you ended up getting out?
Yes, he demanded his phone.
All right. So, did you give him the phone?
Of course.
And tell us about getting out of the truck.
So I mean, I remember opening. Every detail I don't remember, but I just remember opening the door, and I don't know if I kind of like just slid out or if I just tried to get out quickly. But I think that I think that's when I injured my leg, coming down onto the bar. That's when I think I injured my leg. I don't know if it was from Mark being on me or the bar, but I honestly think it's probably the bar that did it.
Sure. When you got out, how would you describe your emotional condition at that point, Lori?
I mean, I was like shocked, sad. I was in disbelief of what he was doing. Like I was like, I didn't understand how we got to that point.
Was he still verbally yelling and screaming?
Yes.
Where did you go once you got yourself out of the truck?
I went into the table that Adam and Hannah were at with her family.
And it might sound like another obvious question, but why did you go to Adam and Hannah?
Well, because I knew that they would be like support for me there.
Did you feel safer with the two of them than you did with Mark at that point?
Oh, absolutely.
So at some point when you got to the table with Adam and Hannah, did Mark reach out in any respect to you that you're aware of?
So I gave Mark my phone, but Mark was using my phone to call Adam Stevens
How did you know that?
because Adam told me.
Were you sitting right there with Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
And did you want to talk to Mark at that point?
No, but he continued to call. I want to say he called Adam like 3 or 4 times.
At some point, did you end up taking the phone and talking to Mark?
Well, I think I took it, but Adam may have also handed it to me, but I was ready to take it because I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens, I call Adam Stevens, I go, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling him.
Was that the end of your conversation?
It was not.
What happened next?
He asked me if Terry LaFleur was still in the bar.
Was Mr. LaFleur still there?
I looked around and I found him, yes.
Did you indicate to to your husband whether or not Terry was still there?
I told him he was.
What happened then?
He told me to go to him,
Did you?
of course.
And what happened once you got to Mr. LaFleur?
What I remember Mark saying is, tell him I'm gonna kick his ass.
How did you react to that, standing next to Mr. LaFleur with your husband telling you to tell Mr. LaFleur that he was gonna kick his ass?
I mean, it was super uncomfortable, but I can remember, I'm holding the phone talking to Mark, and I remember looking at Terry and I'm like, he's crazy right now. You know, like, he's crazy, just, I'm sorry type thing.
So did you actually say it?
Yeah, I said, he's crazy. Yes.
So you told Mr. LaFleur that Mark said he was gonna come in and kick his ass?
Mark was being crazy, yes.
And when Mark said he was gonna kick Terry's ass, could you describe kind of the tone of Mark's voice when he was talking, when he was saying that?
Oh, he was very serious. He's like, I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna come back and kick his ass.
So this wasn't a joke or?
It was not a joke. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
Sure. Now, at some point during this time frame, Lori, did you see Mark back inside of the bar?
Yes.
Can you describe what you saw when you initially saw Mark back in the bar?
So Mark came back in and he was like by the doorway and he was he was making a scene again and yelling and telling me to get back in the truck. And I just remember looking at Hannah and Hannah's like, just go to him, just go to him so he'll stop.
Fair to say that Mark was embarrassing everyone that he was
Oh,
listening?
I'm sure he did.
So, did you go to him?
I started to, yes.
You said you started to. Did something happen that stopped that process?
Yes.
What?
Mark said something to me when I was heading his way, and it was like, get your fucking ass over here right now. And I was like, oh shit, no. There's no way I'm going by him. No.
And you demonstrated that in kind of an angry tone of voice. Did Mark appear to be angry with you at that point?
Yes.
Why didn't you want to go to him in that state?
Because he had been drinking and he was angry.
Now, did you have any contact with Mark after that event where he told you to get your fucking ass back there?
Did I have contact with him?
Yep. Did you end up talking to Mark at some point after that?
Yes.
Was there any point in the evening when he appeared to have calmed down a little bit?
Yes.
Could you describe what led you to that belief?
So Mark had sent me a text that said, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Now, I should ask you as a predicate here, Lori, at some point, did you get your telephone back?
Yes, I believe that there was a video that showing him coming in holding my phone, and when he came to the phone, where I was sitting at the table, you could see he set my phone down.
So that text message of "I'm so sorry, I love you," was that something that was sent to your phone then from Mark's phone?
Correct.
What did that mean to you when you got that text from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah that I felt that he had calmed down and realized what his mistakes for the night. So I felt that he had changed his demeanor.
And I'm going to get the Elmo up, please. Displaying exhibit 517, previously been admitted. I'm going to scroll in here. Lori, it's in UTC time again, so subtracting 6 hours, it'd be around, this is why I went to law school instead of medical school. It'd be later in the evening, but does this appear to be the text that you got from Mark? 8:52 p.m., yes.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And you said that was kind of a sign to you that you that calming down at that point?
Correct.
Is that something that you would look for in typical or other instances where Mark was upset with you, that something like that, a text message acknowledging that he was sorry, was a sign that he was starting to come to grips with his anger.
Correct.
So what did you do in response to receiving that text message from Mark?
I told Adam and Hannah and her family that they could leave, that I felt I was in good hands now.
Okay. Did Adam and Hannah and her family end up leaving?
At some point, I mean, I know Adam and Hannah did. I guess I don't, I'm not sure about her family.
Sure. So let's talk about when you were leaving, Lori. Did you have any conversations with Mark, or did you have any interactions with Mark inside of the bar before you left?
Oh, yeah, I mean, several. So, I mean, he was talking to somebody originally, and that person, I didn't know who he was, and him and his wife, and then they ended up leaving. So Mark and I were able to talk, just the two of us, and I remember telling him, I'm like, my boob hurts. And he's like, the fuck do you mean your boob hurts? I didn't touch your boobs. And I'm like, Mark, you had to have. He's like, who the fuck touched your boobs? Like, he got just mad all over again. And I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have never said anything.
At that point, was it evident to you that that anger from earlier in the evening was boiling over again?
Yes.
How did you feel at that point, Lori?
Well, I was scared, but I knew that I'd already had my friends going home. So, and I knew that we were going to go home. So I went to the bathroom and texted Hannah.
What did you text, or why did you go to the bathroom to text Hannah?
So that Mark didn't know that I was letting her know that he got angry again.
Okay, and I'm going to display Exhibit 77 on the Elmo again. Lori, we've been over this exhibit several times in this trial, but does the top of this exhibit here represent your initial text message to Hannah Klinsky?
Yes.
What did you mean by shit just got real?
Well, I knew Hannah would know what I meant by that, but she then would know that Mark and I were back at it again.
Okay. Why did you feel the need to let somebody know that?
Normally I don't talk. I mean, normally I don't say anything to anybody, so, but I just know that she knew about everything that happened that night, so I felt that I could confide in her.
Why did you ask Hannah to not reply back and indicate that you were deleting the message, Lori?
Because I didn't want Mark knowing that I told her.
Is that something that you would have been concerned about if Mark saw that text message?
Yes.
Now, Lori, there were a number of different clips of you going in and out of the dive bar towards the end of the evening. Is that correct?
I mean, I guess I don't remember going in and out that many times. I'll tell you that right now.
So let's talk about when you got out of the restroom. What did you do at that point?
So when I got out of the restroom, I didn't see Mark. So I got the crazy idea to just get in the truck and take off on my own.
Did you have your own key to the truck?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Why did you decide to get in the truck and take off on your own?
Because I didn't think it would be a good thing if we were together, since Mark was getting mad all over again.
Okay. And at the moment, did you know where Mark was at?
I assume the restroom.
All right. So when you got out to the truck, what happened?
I put it in reverse. I don't know if I actually moved or not when I saw Mark coming out of the bar.
Okay. What did you do when you saw Mark outside of the bar?
Put it in drive and got out of the truck.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you?
I'm sorry, park. I apologize. I put it in park.
Okay. How did Mark appear when he came over to you at the truck?
He was furious that I was leaving without him.
What happened?
When I got out of the truck, he like slammed me up against the truck, yelling at me like he was in disbelief that I was leaving him. And then he grabbed my arm and walked me around the truck, opened my door, threw me in, well, as much as he could as from where he was standing, shut the door and punched the window.
So you said that he grabbed you and slammed you against the truck, and you motioned with it. You motioned with both of your hands and did a pushing motion forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did I get that gesture essentially right? He grabbed you by the shoulders or the forearms and slammed you up against the side of the truck.
Yes.
And was he saying anything during this time frame?
Well, he was very upset. I mean, I don't recall everything he said. He was just very upset that I was leaving without him.
Still very visibly angry at that point.
Absolutely.
Did you say anything in response, Lori? Did you raise your voice at any point during that encounter?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I did. There were people outside. So when he did that, I raised my voice and I said, stop, you've done enough tonight. And I thought by raising my voice that I would get others to potentially hear at the minimum here to see that there was something going on over on my side, on the driver's side of the truck.
Was there anybody outside that you could see?
Yes, there were people outside. That's the reason I raised my voice.
Did anybody come to help you when you raised your voice?
No.
Now, Lori, you said that Mark grabbed you by the arm and walked you around the truck. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Could you describe how he grabbed you by the arm and how that looked?
I think you saw the bruises, but his hand was right underneath my arm, dragging me along. I mean, taking me along forcefully to the passenger side.
Did that hurt when Mark was grabbing your arm?
Of course it did.
Was he grabbing your arm, I guess, in a hard manner?
Yes.
Did you feel like you had any choice but to follow along as he grabbed you and dragged you around the side of the truck?
There was no other choice. I was going with Mark, yes. Yes, I had to go with Mark.
And I'm going to display what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 523. Lori, what are we looking at in this photograph?
My arm.
And it looks like there's some bruising along your bicep in the middle of your arm.
Correct.
Is that approximately where Mark was grabbing you and dragging you?
Yes.
So when you got to the passenger side of the truck, was it evident to you what Mark wanted you to do at that point?
Well, we were going home.
Did you feel like you had an option to not get in the truck at that point? Lori?
No, no. I mean, I wish there would have been an option, but no, there was no option.
How did the door get closed to the passenger side at that point?
Mark slammed it.
And you said that Mark punched the window.
He did.
Could you describe that? Did he punch at the window or did he physically punch the window?
He punched the window.
Where was his fist in relation to where your head was?
Right at my head. I mean, when I'm sitting there and he's punching the window, that's right where I'm sitting.
How did you react to that, to Mark punching the window where your head was?
Well, I mean, it was scary, and I knew that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that I was stuck going home with a very, very angry Mark.
Had you ever seen him that angry before, Lori?
No.
So let's talk about the drive back home from the dive bar to your home in Holman. Was there any conversation during that drive?
Yes, there was a lot of conversation, and it was basically all Terry LaFleur.
Was this pleasant conversation at any point of the drive?
Pleasant? Never, no.
Was Mark still angry and upset?
Yes,
Was he still calling you names?
of course.
And was he still stuck on that idea that you wanted to have sex with Mr. LaFleur?
Correct.
Now, at any point during this, or did the intensity of that behavior frighten you at any point, Lori?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him this out of control on a car ride before?
On a car ride? No, no. I've never seen Mark that out of control in my life.
Did you do anything during that car ride home to try and have him get a grip?
I took my ring off and gave it to him.
When you say your ring, what kind of ring do you mean?
My wedding ring.
Why did you do that, Lori?
I said, I can't do this anymore. I was hoping that he would take it seriously enough that he would realize that his actions were going to end our marriage if they continued.
How did Mark react to that when you gave him your wedding ring back and said you couldn't do that anymore?
He said, please, please don't give me that back.
Did he calm down a little bit?
That's the only time that he was calm.
Did he seem to realize that his behavior might lead to the eventual loss of his marriage?
Well, yeah.
Now, Lori, had you come up with any plans of what you would do to keep yourself safe when you got back home?
I had decided that I wasn't going to stay at home, that I wasn't going to sleep in the house with Mark.
So what was the plan?
I didn't have a plan at that time. I just knew I wasn't staying there.
All right. And it might sound again like an obvious question, but I still have to ask you at this stage, why weren't you going to stay there?
Because Mark was in a mood that I didn't feel safe to be with him.
So when you got back home, what did you do?
Actually, Mark went in the house right away, and I didn't remember when I was talking to Mr. Leinfelder that I did go in the house, but I did go in the house. We had 2 seltzers that were in the truck, and I put them on the counter, and then I went to the bathroom and grabbed my contacts and contact case and my glasses
Why'd you grab your contacts and your glasses?
because I was going to leave and stay somewhere else.
So where did you go once you grabbed your contact lenses and your glasses?
Back to the truck.
What's the next thing what's the next time that you remember seeing Mark after you got back to the truck?
Mark was running out of the house, and when I looked at him, he was running out of the house like this, charging towards me in the truck.
And you motioned that you had your right fist up, made into a fist, back by, I guess, your head. Is that correct?
Coming towards the window, correct.
And did it appear that Mark had his fist up like he was about to strike something?
Yes, I mean, like it was like a threat coming towards me, correct.
You said that he was running towards you. Did I hear that right, Lori?
Or moving very briskly. Yes, I don't know if he was, he was moving quickly towards me, yes.
How did you react to that when Mark was moving quickly towards you with his fist up like that?
I remember going, no, 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 Mark. I remember saying that 100%.
Were you scared of Mark at that point?
Very scared.
What happened next?
It's like something clicked and he's like, well, if you're leaving, I'm going to get all my stuff out of the truck. So he came over to the passenger side and started just rummaging through crap that was in the truck. And that's the best word I can use for the things that they were worthless things.
And what was your impression of what Mark was doing at that point?
I think that he was trying to delay me from leaving.
When you say that he was rummaging through crap, can we talk about a little bit what some of that was?
Yeah, so I mean, there were some can koozies, there was like some bank receipts, there were some beer chips I remember seeing, gum, like nothing of value.
And where was he placing all of this property when he was going through the truck?
Everything was put onto the passenger side seat.
Was Mark saying anything to you as he was going through all of these items?
Yeah, I mean, he was like, I'm just so you know, I'm changing the locks, which he always said. And then he found, I mean, he was saying a bunch of things that he was just trying to hurt me. But he also found some beer chips to a tavern in Holman. And he said that he was going to go there and go find some women.
Was this in the course of continuing to yell and scream at you?
Yes.
And at some point, did Mark come upon a can koozie that you saw earlier in this trial?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes.
Did you recognize that can koozie?
Yeah. So Mark bought me that can koozie on my birthday. My birthday was the month prior to that. And it was, well, you saw part of it anyway, but it was a can koozie that had like animated breast, and it said "Tits my birthday" on it.
Did Mark do anything when he came across that can koozie?
Yeah, he threw it at me and he said, "Here, this is all you're good for."
What did you do in response to that?
I was like, whatever, and I tossed it out the door. I mean, he was like rummaging through stuff. He didn't even know it went over his head and out the door.
Was Mark calming down at all during this time frame?
No,
And Lori, was anything you were saying or doing causing Mark to calm down or reduce the intensity of his behavior that night?
no, he just kept getting more and more furious.
So as you saw Mark behaving this way at the passenger side of the truck, did you do anything in response?
When he was getting furious? Oh, yes. So I grabbed my phone because he hadn't taken it yet. So I still had my phone. So I wanted to record how he was treating me, how he was talking to me, so that he could hear it the next day to realize the crap that I go through with him when he's drunk.
So were you able to get your phone out?
Partially, yes. I got my phone out, but Mark noticed I had my phone and lunged for it. But I had pulled it back and it like hit the window and dropped straight down in between my door and my seat.
What do you remember seeing about Mark next?
After it dropped, I looked at him immediately and he was furious. It's like I looked at somebody that I didn't recognize at all. And he just took off and came around to come get me in the truck.
When you say he came around to come get you, what was your impression of what Mark was doing there?
He was going to come get me and drag me out of the truck, and I don't know what he would have done. I have no idea what he would have done.
Were you scared that the physical abuse would continue?
Absolutely.
Were you scared that the physical abuse could escalate to something more violent?
Yes.
And when you say that Mark was running around the truck, describe the route that he was going there.
So he went around the door because the passenger door was wide open. He went around the door and ran around the truck.
Was he running very quickly?
Yes.
About how much time would you say elapsed from the time that Mark gave you that look and then tore off around the front of the truck towards your side of the door?
How much time elapsed, did you say?
Yes.
2-3 seconds. I mean, it doesn't take long to get around a truck.
What were you feeling at this point, Lori?
I was terrified. I was scared out of my mind. I was like, my heart was beating out of my chest. And I just wanted to be safe. I wanted to get to safety.
Have you ever been in a position like that, Lori, where you were forced to make a split-second decision under circumstances like that before?
No, not like that, no.
And you said that your heart was pumping. Are you familiar with the term fight or flight?
Yes.
Is that an instinct that you were feeling in that moment?
Yes. Well, so when he started running, I wanted to lock my doors because I didn't want him to be able to get to me. So I'm like trying to lock my doors because I was just so afraid of what was going to happen when he got to me.
Do you know if you were able to get the doors locked?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I wasn't familiar with the truck.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you'd only driven this a few times before, maybe?
Right. And the doors lock on their own once you hit like 10, 15 miles an hour. So I've never had to use the door locks.
Now, at some point, did you see Mark clear the front of the truck and reach towards the side of the driver's side?
Yes. Well, I know he wasn't in front of the truck because that's the only thing I could see was the front of the truck.
How close would you estimate Mark was to the truck before you made the decision to hit the accelerator?
That he was at my side of the door. He was right, I would say he was right at my door.
And Lori, what were you thinking when you, or let me ask you this, did you put the truck into drive and hit the accelerator?
I did.
What were you thinking during that process?
To get the hell out of there.
Were you even spending much time consciously thinking about this?
No, I mean, my husband's here. He's not. And so I should say, when I see forward only, it's because it's dark out and this door is wide open. So my light is on inside the truck. So it's right inside the truck. I can see forward because of the lights, but it was hard to see anything else. But I knew that he had cleared the front because he was not in my vision.
And Lori, is it fair to say, characterize your reaction here as more instinct and less conscious thought process?
100% instinct.
Were you thinking about anything other than getting yourself to safety at that moment?
No.
Was this a position, Lori, that you ever asked to be in?
No, no,
Was it something that you had any time to think about and consider the pros, the cons, and the risks?
no, it was like 2 or 3 seconds.
Once you hit the gas and left the driveway, where did you go?
I took a right out of the driveway, and that's actually when I took my right, that's when that actually, the passenger door shut. And then I drove down a little bit to a subdivision that ended up being, like, when I say a little bit, I guess it was approximately 2 miles away.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Is it your testimony that the passenger side door was still open at the time that you hit the gas?
Yes,
So it happened that quickly.
correct.
And why did you pull off in the subdivision, Lori?
I was checking to see if Mark was chasing me.
How did you assume that Mark would chase you to the subdivision?
Well, he would have gotten in his old car, what the Outback, Subaru Outback.
Subaru. Now, when you got to the subdivision, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None, no.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensation, Lori, of whether or not the tires were coming up against a snowbank or how they felt on the road as you were fleeing from your husband?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you concentrating on the physical sensations of what the truck felt like when you were fleeing from Mark?
I mean, I don't think so, no.
What was first and foremost in your mind when you were trying to escape from Mark?
To get out of there, to get to safety, to get away from my husband.
Did you have the sense when you left that you thought you had hit Mark or struck him in some respect?
Not one time, no.
Lori, if you had had that sense that, you had injured Mark or you had hit him with the truck, what would your response have been?
I would have stopped. I would have stopped and helped him.
Now, once you got to that subdivision, did you send Mark any text messages?
From the subdivision? Oh, gosh. I mean, I sent Mark texts that night, but I don't remember where I was.
Well, let me ask about the timeline a little bit here. So, any dispute that the truck was on camera leaving the dive bar around 10:09 p.m.?
No, I mean, I've heard that from Mr. Leinfelder.
And do you have any dispute with Deputy Sloan's estimate that it takes about 30 minutes to drive from the dive bar to the home in Holman?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
How long would you say that the argument outside the truck lasted where Mark slammed you against the truck and was screaming at you?
Oh, at the dive bar?
Yes.
A minute? 2 minutes? I don't know.
And did it take some time when you got home to go get your contact lens case and your glasses?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was inside probably for like less than a minute probably, but I mean, there was other things that happened in that time.
And then obviously there was some time as well that elapsed while Mark was yelling at you and going through the items in the truck.
Correct.
So if we add, conservatively 5 minutes to 10:09, and then 30 minutes for travel time, can we say approximately when you would have left Mark would have been around 10:44 p.m., somewhere in that range?
Sure.
Okay. I'm showing you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 517. Lori, I'm showing you the middle text in this exhibit that begins with, "I wish you the best." Do you recognize that text?
I do.
Who wrote that text message?
I did.
And who are you sending it to?
Well, it's gonna say boss man, but that means Mark.
Now, subtracting 6 hours from 4:57 UTC leads us to about 10:57 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So this would have Would you have sent this text message shortly after fleeing from Mark?
Yes.
Why did you send him that text message, Lori?
Well, because I wanted to let him know that his actions caused our basic breakup and me not going to Bismarck with him and starting a new life with him.
Were you serious about that at the time that you sent the text message?
Yes.
And when you sent that text message, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured or might be dying on the side of your driveway?
None whatsoever.
Was that wish for good luck in Bismarck, was that sarcastic?
Probably. I don't know. I mean,
Did you have the impression that Mark would be going to Bismarck the following week?
yeah, that Sunday, correct.
All right. Now, Lori, how long would you estimate you stayed at the subdivision for?
A few minutes.
Okay. Did you have a plan as to what would come next after stopping at the subdivision?
Yeah, well, that's when I was trying to figure out if I could find a hotel somewhere, I believe.
Okay. So what efforts did you make to try and find a hotel?
Well, I searched hotels near me because I really wasn't familiar with any hotels near me. And I ended up coming across one at Comfort Inn, I believe it was.
What did you do once you found the Comfort Inn online?
I probably did driving directions to it because I had no idea where it was.
Did you drive over to the Comfort Inn?
I did.
Were you able to get a room there?
No, they said online that they had a room available, but they did not when I got there.
And Lori, I should ask you, why were you planning on staying in a hotel at this point?
I didn't have anywhere else to go. I knew I couldn't go to Winona.
Did you feel like you could go home at that point?
No,
It was. Why didn't you think you could go home at that point?
because Mark was out of control.
So once you got to the Comfort Inn and they didn't have a room available, what did you do next?
I went back to the truck and I Googled, I want to say hotels near me again, and found the Baymont. But this time I actually went online and booked the room so that I didn't have to drive all the way over there to find that they didn't have a room available.
Okay. What happened after you booked the room to the Baymont?
Driving directions to the Baymont, and I went there.
All right. And we all saw the video of you in the lobby. I'm not going to play it again. But could you explain to us what was happening in that video?
Yeah, so he had asked me for I was checking in, he asked me for my driver's license as well as my credit card.
Okay. And what happened after you gave your driver's license and credit card to the clerk?
He couldn't find a booking, so I was like, no, I just booked it online. And then I think he just did a little bit more searching and found out that I had booked it. So I want to say this was like almost midnight or something. And I think I just confused the days. So I was trying to get one for Friday night and I booked it for Saturday.
Okay. Did they have a room available for you at the Baymont?
No.
All right. Where did you go after the Baymont?
To Woodman's.
Why did you go to Woodman's?
To use the restroom.
Okay. After were you able to use the restroom there?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I went back to the truck and I can remember texting Hannah from the truck and from the parking lot.
Okay. And we'll talk about that a little bit. Were you using the internet at any point, either at Woodman's or at some point during this encounter where you were looking for a place to stay?
Yes.
And you recall seeing the document containing your Google searches for the evening?
Yes.
And it looked like looking for it here now, but we've all seen it. It looked like at a certain point you searched for the phrase physical abuse. Is that correct?
Misspelled, but yes.
Okay. The O is right next to the P on the smart keyboard.
Right.
Why did you search for physical abuse, Lori?
Because I wanted to find something to send to Mark to let him know that his actions were not okay. And I wanted him to know like how I felt, what I went through that night.
Is it fair to say that you were trying to figure out how to process that incident?
Yes,
After searching for physical abuse, did you make another search for physical abuse? It's spelled quite in the internet search history.
yes, I did that.
What were you searching for there, Lori?
It must have been physical abuse quit.
And again, why were you searching for physical abuse quit?
Again, to find something to send to my husband for him to acknowledge his behavior that night.
Did you find a quote that you felt encapsulated somewhat your feelings on the matter?
I did find a quote and I did send it to Mark, yes.
And I'm going to redisplay 517. Bottom quote here starts with, an abuser can seem emotionally needy. You can get caught in a trap of catering to him, trying to fill a bottomless pit. But he's not so much needy as entitled. So no matter how much you give him, it will never be enough. He'll just keep coming up with more demands because he believes his needs are your responsibility until you feel drained down to nothing. Is that the quote that you sent to Mark?
It is.
And it looks like that would have been sent at approximately 12:10 a.m. and 13 seconds. You take my word on that?
Sure.
When you sent that quote to Mark, what did you hope the result of that would be?
I guess I just kind of wanted him to like self-reflect on his actions. I just wanted him to do better.
Let me ask you again, Lori, at this point, did you have any reason to believe that Mark was injured or dying back at the home?
None whatsoever.
You hope that he would read that text?
Right.
So you're texting with Ms. Klinsky as well, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to review all of the text messages again, but I do want to go back to Exhibit 77. Front page here. Lori, do you recall sending that text message to Ms. Klinsky at 10:51 p.m. about beginning with "he just freaked again"?
Yes.
Would this have been shortly after you fled from Mark at the home?
So that was probably at the subdivision.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Did you have any reason to believe, Lori, that your text messages would one day be downloaded by law enforcement and read out loud to a courtroom full of people?
Absolutely not.
Why were you sending this text message to Hannah?
Again, I mean, Hannah knew what I went through that night, and she was the only person. I'm not one to tell people about things that happen between Mark and myself. Like, I think there's probably like my kids and stuff are a little shocked about this trial right now, of things they've heard. So like Hannah didn't know things before, Adam didn't know things before. I don't talk about it, but Hannah I could trust that night because she already knew stuff.
I want to focus on the bottom line of that text message. He promised he would never touch me. He lied. What did you mean by that, Lori?
So, I mean, we've had instances in the past. And the last time he told me, he goes, that he would never touch me. So I figured that he meant again, I was under the understanding that we were going to start all over in Bismarck and start a whole new life together, a happy life. And I believed that he was going to change his ways.
Were you trying to say that to Hannah with this text message that this was the very first time that Mark had physically abused you?
No, she already knew better than that.
Now,
So is this a good time for a break at this point?
Judge, if you can give me maybe 2 minutes, I think I'll finish up this subchapter here.
Okay.
All right. So, Lori, I want to talk to you a little bit about your exchange with Hannah as well, and that you recall texting back and forth with Hannah about not being able to find a hotel room.
Yes.
And do you recall Hannah and Adam collectively suggesting that you should find a way to get to Winona and stay with them?
Yes, she actually offered her father to come get me. Her dad doesn't drink at all, and he lives in La Crosse. So she suggested that he could come pick me up and take me to Winona.
All right. Showing you, this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5 of Exhibit 77. Looks like there's a text at 12:16 from you to Ms. Klinsky that states, "Me coming to Winona would only make things worse. Mark thinks that I am coming to sleep with other guys. He's fucking crazy. Seriously, I just want to sleep. I promise I am fine." Do you recall sending that text in response to Ms. Klinsky's suggestion that you go to Winona?
I do.
And why didn't you want to go to Winona, Lori?
Because it would upset Mark.
Why would going to Winona upset Mark?
Because I have history in Winona. I have exes there.
Okay, an ex-husband?
Yes.
That, okay. And at the time that you sent that response to Hannah, did you have any reason to believe that Mark may have been injured at home?
No, none.
Were you legitimately scared about what Mark might do should you go to Winona and stay with Hannah and Adam?
I would never have gone. I knew better.
I think we can take a break here, Your Honor.
Okay. That's in my time. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for going a little bit later. Let's start up, same time, 8:30, 8:45, get here early, maybe we can start early. I'm sorry, it's been long days, but I was hoping to see if we can get this all wrapped up tomorrow. I will forewarn you that if for some reason we can't finish it tomorrow, it's possible that we would go to Monday. Doesn't mean you would be doing this Saturday and Sunday, just so you know. You'd be coming back Monday morning. I would ask if you can figure out, if you can check. My hope is we can figure out, resolve this tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. So we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:30, and we'll start as soon as we can get going here. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks for watching with me. Tomorrow is day 5 and verdict is too long for me to do it now. So it's going to have to be tomorrow is day 5 and the verdicts, and then we will be done with it. 2 o'clock Eastern is when I have it scheduled. I will see you guys then. Have a wonderful day. Oh, don't forget, like, share, and subscribe.